Vaccines are important now more than ever for your family and your community. Hillsborough County leaders, along with local health and safety experts, are urging residents to get their flu vaccines. A flu vaccine this season can help reduce the burden on healthcare systems that are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and save medical resources for care of COVID-19 patients. Reducing illness and hospitalization from the flu helps keep everyone safer. To prevent the flu and help stop the spread of COVID-19, here are a few tips you should know. Get your flu shot. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and then throw it away. Clean high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboards and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Wear a face covering when around others or if social distancing isn't possible. Stay home if you're feeling sick. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items and spaces with those close to you, and seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. You can help save lives by reducing the spread of viruses. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for up-to-date information.
Hi, I'm Hillsborough County Commissioner Les Miller. We're going through an unprecedented crisis as we navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. I understand your challenges, and I sympathize with the difficulties many of you are facing during this time. Hurricane season started on June 1st. It is important that you plan, prepare, and stay safe. This year, experts are predicting 40% more storm activity than a typical hurricane season. When a storm is identified, it's important to stay tuned to your radio or television and listen to local authorities. Stock your home and vehicle with emergency supplies and make plans in advance to protect people with special needs and pets. If evacuation orders are called, heed the warnings and follow special instructions related to sheltering during COVID-19 pandemic. I encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for information on disaster planning, evacuation zones, shelters, and more. Make sure you and your family plan, prepare, and stay safe.
This is a battle we've never faced in my lifetime. I want to tell you about 416 of the most amazing people. Every day I get to see their skill, professionalism, and dedication. Their commitment to protect and improve the health of everyone in Hillsborough County. The last 2 months, they've been on the front line of a battle with a very dangerous enemy, COVID-19. And they've risen to the challenge in the most amazing, heroic way. Everyone has contributed, sacrificing their personal life, which they put on hold. They're making a difference for everyone they help, and every day I get stopped and told just how amazing they are. I'm proud and blessed to work with them, my second family.
Hillsborough County, along with local and federal health experts, are encouraging residents to wear cloth face masks to cover their nose and mouth when in public to help stop the spread of COVID-19. There are not enough surgical face masks for everyone, and available ones should go to healthcare workers and first responders. It's easy to make your own face mask out of common household items. The CDC and U.S. Surgeon General say you can use an old scarf, bandana, or make one using a t-shirt plus 2 rubber bands. Cut part of the t-shirt into a square, fold it from the bottom to the middle, then from the middle to the top. Repeat those steps one more time, then add a rubber band to each side. Bring each end to the middle, then secure around your face. They should fit snugly but comfortably. Cloth face coverings should not be placed on children younger than 2 years of age or people who have trouble breathing. The CDC emphasizes that while wearing a face mask, you should still practice social distancing, stay 6 feet apart from others, and continue other preventative measures such as frequent hand washing. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/stay safe for up-to-date information.
Is your local business or organization looking to give back to the community? Help keep our roads clean by joining the Adopt a Road program administered by Keep Tampa Bay Beautiful. Keeping our roads clean is a great way for team building as well as exposure for your business. Select the road your business wants to adopt and dispatch a team to remove litter and debris. Participants will receive 2 signs showing their organization's name as well as safety equipment and instructions for cleaning roads. You can help keep Tampa Bay beautiful by adopting your own road today. To learn more, visit hcflgov.net/cleanhc.
Hello, I'm WWE superstar Titus O'Neil, and today I'm coming to you as a neighbor. You owe it to yourself and those you love to get tested now. Get the care you need and protect your family. Hillsborough County is offering free coronavirus testing and no health insurance is needed. It costs you nothing to get tested. Visit hcflgov.net/stay safe for more information and have a reservation made today. Share this with a neighbor, and let's come together as a community and keep fighting to get through this. Together, we will come back stronger. God bless.
So let's say that Tim here was returning to his vehicle only to find it missing. He may think it was either stolen or towed. Let's not worry too much, Tim. Hillsborough County wants you to know the rules and regulations should you find yourself stuck in this unfortunate situation. Here are a few rules and tips you should know. Rule number 1, permission to tow. Towing services need permission to tow from private property and must post signs with telephone numbers saying that the trespassing vehicles will be removed. If your vehicle is missing, look for a sign and call the number. Rule number 2, communication. As soon as your vehicle is delivered to the local towing facility, towing services must notify local law enforcement within a 30-minute time frame, and they must return calls from vehicle owners within 1 hour. Helpful tip number 1. Law enforcement can help motorists determine if their vehicle has been towed. If you don't see a posted sign, call the authorities on the non-emergency line. Rule number 3. Retrieving your vehicle during a tow. Most people are unaware that you can still retrieve your vehicle while connected to the tow truck. For a drop fee of no more than half the towing rate, the tow truck operator must release the vehicle to its owner. When it comes to payment, tow truck drivers must accept the following: debit, cash, cashier's check, or money order. Rule number 4, personal property. If the owner is unable to pay the drop fee and their vehicle is in the hands of the towing company, owners still have the right to retrieve personal property from their vehicle. Helpful tip number 2. Having a registration and title in your name will make it easier to recover your vehicle. Tow companies will not hand over the vehicle if you are not the registered owner, unless you have an original notarized affidavit signed by the registered vehicle owner. Remember, Hillsborough County is here to help you. For complete, detailed information on towing rules and regulations, please visit us at hcflgov.net/consumer protection or give us a call at 813-635-8316.
You know what I like about my morning commute? It's time to reflect. Ponder those big questions. Who are we? Why are we here? Sometimes you just gotta take those bumps in the road and keep on moving forward.
Dude, you couldn't possibly be any more wrong. Stop the car.
That's deep. Like me. I can respect that.
Dude, it's a pothole. I could report it to Hillsborough County right now as a customer service request. Just choose your service and select the issue. Your browser pinpoints the problem, and you can add any important information and even take a picture. It puts Hillsborough County at your service 24/7.
Well, all right.
Flossing in the morning is a really great way to keep your teeth healthy and start the day. But when you're through, here's what you do. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. There's a problem lots of people don't know, called sanitary sewer overflow. A condition buried deep in the ground, inside a pipe where bad clouds are found. It's a problem we can all help solve, so throw it in the trash, don't flush it. Baby wipes, bandages, cotton pads, paper towels, dental floss, clog up bad. Medicines, kitty litter, cotton swabs, hair. Throw them in the trash, don't flush it. It just takes a second to do the right thing, so toss it and let's keep our pipes clean. Throw it in the trash, don't flush it. If it's not toilet paper, don't flush it. Even if it says you can, don't flush it. If you're having any doubts, don't flush it. One more time, don't flush it.
Tampa Bay is like no place else.
Wait, you can't recycle the bag? You have to throw it away.
Proper recycling keeps it that way for everyone. Bags tangle in machinery and can bring sorting efforts to a halt.
No bags.
Trash the bags and keep our recycling program moving forward.
No, Mom, look, no plastic bags.
Do your part to keep our recycling bag-free. Trash the tanglers or return them to participating retailers. For more information, visit tampabayrecycles.org.
Flu vaccines are important now more than ever for your family and your community. Hillsborough County leaders, along with local health and safety experts, are urging residents to get their flu vaccines. A flu vaccine this season can help reduce the burden on healthcare systems that are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and save medical resources for care of COVID-19 patients. Reducing illness and hospitalization from the flu helps keep everyone safer. To prevent the flu and help stop the spread of COVID-19, here are a few tips you should know. Get your flu shot. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and then throw it away. Clean high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboards and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Wear a face covering when around others or if social distancing isn't possible. Stay home if you're feeling sick. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items and spaces with those close to you, and seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. You can help save lives by reducing the spread of viruses. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for up-to-date information.
Hi, I'm Hillsborough County Commissioner Les Miller. We're going through an unprecedented crisis as we navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. I understand your challenges, and I'm sympathize with the difficulties many of you are facing during this time. Hurricane season started on June 1st. It is important that you plan, prepare, and stay safe. This year, experts are predicting 40% more storm activity than Good morning, and welcome to the Hillsborough County. I'm getting some feedback. Which speakers? On the laptop. I thought it was muted.
Hit that left button. I got you. Yep. And then hit that. Perfect. We're all set.
Okay, let's try this again. Good morning, and welcome to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners Land Use Meeting. Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the invocation given by our chaplain, Commissioner Stacy White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in reciting the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I thank you for the opportunity to be together again in person, and I pray that we stay on a continued path towards normalcy. Lord, I ask for your blessings for all of those who have been impacted by COVID in various ways, and just to continue to bless those as we fight this pandemic and make our way through this pandemic. I pray that you'll guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important decisions this morning about a valuable resource. And as always, Lord, I pray for our healthcare professionals, first responders, and members of our armed forces, and for all of those who have served, especially ahead of this Veterans Day. I ask for all of these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Amen. Can we have a roll call to establish a quorum, please?
Miller?
Here.
Hagan? Kemp?
Here.
Merman?
Here.
Overman?
Here.
Smith?
Here.
White?
Here.
Thank you. You have a quorum.
Okay. Couple of ground rules. We're still using the hand signal if you want to speak. Commissioners, use your hand signal. Commissioner White will be raising his hand because he didn't bring his computer. Okay. The other thing is if you're in the chamber here, you must wear your mask at all times. If you're in the chamber, you must wear your mask at all times. So we will remember that. Okay. Mr. Moretta, you recognize.
Morning, Commissioners. Joe Murrah, Development Services. Can everybody hear? Okay. Joe Murrah, Development Services. I'm going to go ahead and roll into the changes. Commissioners, we received one change last night after the changes and corrections were sent out on the agenda. At that time, we had none. We've received one last night. It's going to affect the afternoon portion of the hearing, and I'll recognize it again at 1:30. It affects item E4, personal appearance 20-1025. The applicant has requested a continuance of that item to the next board meeting in December, and I'll mention that again at 1:30. Having said that, I'll go ahead and move into the withdrawal continuances or remands that are shown on the agenda. Item A1, rezoning PD 18-0996. This application is being continued by staff to December 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A2, personal appearance 20-0516. This application is out of order, being continued to December 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A3, personal appearance 20-0574. Application out of order is being continued to January 12th Board of Commissioners starting at 9 a.m. Item A4, CDD 20-0845. The applicant is continuing the application December 8th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A5, personal appearance 20-0977. This application is being continued by staff December 8th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A6, personal appearance 20-1029. Application is being continued December 8th Board of Commissioners meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A7, personal appearance 20-1106. Staff requested continuance application December 8th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A8, personal appearance 20-1306. Applications out of order being continued to December 8th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A9, vacating petition V19-0007. petition is being continued to December 8th board meeting starting at 9 a.m. Item A10, HCPA 19-06, future land use map change. It's being continued to the board meeting on January 12th starting at 9 a.m. Commissioners, that concludes the changes on the agenda.
Take a motion to the changes. The only agenda item I believe we had at 1:30 was the one that's going to be continued. Am I correct?
Commissioners, we have the E item scheduled for 1:30, and the item that was going to be continued was one of those. That will be item E4. So we do have the E items.
Okay, you're right.
Yes,
Right.
thank you.
Okay, can I have a motion to move the changes? There's a motion by Commissioner
Move the changes.
Overman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner White. Any discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Olbermann, Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman to approve the consent agenda. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Olbermann,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
If you plan on testifying today, please stand and raise your right hand and be sworn in by the clerk.
All right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Anyone having a B item, I should have said this earlier, anyone having a B item, your items have just been approved on the consent agenda. Anyone having a B item, your item's been approved on the consent agenda. Mr. Beretta.
Brings us to the F portion of the agenda. Item F1, this is major modification 20-0104. This is a request to add healthcare use to the existing plan development. This item did not qualify for consent because of the roadway level of service. However, it does have all approvals from Zoning Hearing Master, Development Services, and Planning Commission.
Okay, is the applicant present?
Yes, he is. Please stand by.
Commissioners, good morning. I couldn't hear anything on the microphone in the back. I am Michael Horner, 14502 Northdale Mabry Highway, Tampa, representing this gentleman, applicant, and owner. This case comes to you with full recommendations for approval. This is only changing the use, adding a use as medical office. We are not adding 1 square footage to the approved 2,500 square foot office that was approved years ago. EPC has signed off. We're not impacting any of the wetland. We're just asking for the medical office to be added. Again, no opposition, no objections. Thank you very much, board members.
Were you sworn in?
Yes, he was.
What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner White,
Second.
second by Commissioner Overman to approve item F1. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp, Commissioner Kemp,
Yes.
Okay. Merman,
Yes.
Olbermann,
Yes.
Smith, Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Okay. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item F2. This is a rezoning 20.
Mr. Beretta, hold on. Mr. Gormley?
Yes, and I'll ask Mr. Moretta to elaborate on this, but I understand that perhaps the audience members in the Saunders Library are not hearing the audio that's coming from this feed. Joe, is that correct?
Would you come to mic, sir? Grab one of the mics.
There you go, it's on. So at Saunders Library, it was our understanding that only public citizens were going to be at Saunders Library, and just shortly before the meeting, Joe and some staff showed up to Saunders with their impression that they would be presenting from the Saunders room. Our impression that they were not going to be in the room, so we equipped the room just for public citizens so that they could hear the meeting. Once you open that laptop at the dais, like Joe has now, it causes that audio feedback. So we really need Joe to relocate himself outside of that Saunders room to a different space so that way those citizens can then hear the audio. It's a little bit technical, but the bottom line is Joe needs to relocate out of Saunders so that way those citizens could then hear the meeting.
Okay, what are we going to do here, sir?
Joe, were you able to hear that explanation? I'm going to call. Joe, did you hear? Did you? Mr. Moretta is moving out of the room and should be available to talk to item F2, and I believe that will address the audio issue so that people in the room will then be able to hear what is coming through WebEx. That's correct.
Has he moved yet?
Joe, are you relocated at this time? Yeah, I think I understand he was logged in, but when it was open there, it was creating feedback in the room, so I think they're just moving him out of the room.
Just let me know when he's ready.
He's almost there.
Okay. we're all in uncharted territory.
Yes,
so
I
we'll get
apologize.
there.
Sorry. Joe. Mr. Moretta is getting set up. I can proceed with introducing the next item if you'd like.
Okay.
Commissioners, item F2 is a rezoning on 14.75 acres from AS1 and AR, rezoning to ASC1. This is on the consent agenda. I'm sorry, this is not on the consent agenda because it represents an increase in density in the rural service area. This application is in the rural service area, and the portion is changing from AR, which is 1 unit per 5 acres, to 1 unit to 1 acre, represents the density increase. Staff was supported, and zoning hearing master recommended approval of the application.
Okay. Is the applicant available at the Saunders Library?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Good morning.
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
For the record, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Go ahead. 14502 Northdale Mabry Highway, Suite 200, Tampa, representing Sizemore Properties, Inc. You know, commissioners, my wife mentioned to me last week she thought I was losing my hearing. I'm getting paranoid this morning, so I'm going to learn from this. Commissioners, this is a ASC1 rezoning. It is within the middle of the Res 1 plan sector. It is surrounded by ASC1 and AS1 NPDs in the generalized area for 1 acre lots. We have unanimous recommendations of approval. We have no objections from any review agencies. There are no wetlands on this site. And again, we have no objections of record. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
What's your pleasure, members?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner White. Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hagan. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta, you ready for F3?
So item F3, this is a standard district rezoning 20-0922. It's rezoning from AR, which permits 1 unit per 5 acres, to AS1, which permits 1 unit per acre. This has all approvals from Zoning Hearing Master, Development Services, and Planning Commission. It's not on consent because the item is proposing an up in density in the rural service area. It has all approvals.
Is the applicant?
My name is Patricia Ortiz. My address is 2810 North Central Avenue. I'm representing the property owner. The intent of this subdivision.
Have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn in. Intent of this rezoning petition is to subdivide piece of the property, or subdivide the property to allow a lot to be developed for the applicant's mother to reside upon. This is very much like the case you just heard. The property is located in the residential 1 land use category, which allows lot sizes of 1 acre. And we're rezoning from AS to AR, or from AR to AS, excuse me. Can I answer any questions?
I don't see any questions yet, ma'am. Thank you very much. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner White.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Overman to approve item F3. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay. We're now moving into we have to have a motion to open up all of the G items and a motion to not all of them.
So
now we're
moved.
going to G1.
Second.
As a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Holman to open up the oral argument on G1. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp, Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
That brings us to item G1, rezoning PD 20-0479. This is located at 16401 Boyette Road. It's approximately 68 acres in size. Commissioners, this is a request to rezone from AR, which allows 1 unit per 5 acres, to allow plan development to implement the RP2 to allow 136 dwelling units. Michelle Heinrich of our staff will walk you through some of the key points of this application.
Good morning, Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. As Mr. Moretta stated, this property is currently zoned AR. It is slightly over 68 acres in size. The applicant is requesting 136 single-family detached units, and that's 2 units per acre. The property is in the Riverview Community Plan area, the RP2 Future Land Use Area. It's also within the Aggregate Plain Villages area, and lastly, in the Rural Service area. As you are aware, the RP2 category promotes cluster development to achieve greater open space. Our review of the project found that the project does comply with the required clustering, given the amount of open space that they are proposing to set aside, and it does result in a minimum clustering ratio of 3.5 units per acre. As I stated, the site is located also in the aggregate plan area, and that's found in Comprehensive Plan Policy 33.3. In that area, a plain village can be under 160 acres in size if it is aggregated with an adjacent plain village, providing on-site commercial, or seeking a waiver if commercial is located within 2 miles of the aggregate plan area boundary. A waiver was requested due to the presence of Triple Creek, which is approved to the southwest for 70,000 square feet of commercial. Therefore, the applicants did meet the waiver criteria. In lieu of providing the on-site commercial, the applicants are providing village green at the appropriate locations, and they exceed the minimum size requirements. Lastly, there is a waiver to the requirement of the buffers, and that requires that 70% of the buffer be provided, or I'm sorry, 70% of the PD boundaries do provide a buffer. The applicants are reducing the amount of area that will have that 250-foot wide buffer, but they are also providing 150-foot wide buffers elsewhere. In those areas where the applicants are reducing that buffer width, they are providing screening, which is currently not required. And in the one area in the northwest where they're not providing any buffering is an area for a proposed road stub out. Staff's compatibility analysis found that the area is located in an area developed with other plain villages, larger lot residential development, and ELAP lands. Therefore, we do recommend approval. I'm available if you have any questions.
All right, thank you very much, ma'am. Is the applicant available?
You want the PowerPoint up?
Yes.
Can they hear me?
With the law firm of Hill Ward Henderson here representing the applicant Homes by West Bay. Our team has not been sworn, so if we could be sworn, please.
Applicant team in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, please. One moment, please, while we start the PowerPoint.
It appear that they are.
Good morning. Again, Cami Corbett for the applicant Homes by West Bay. Michelle.
Hear us, Cami? Ms. Corbett, can you hear what we're saying in here?
No.
Okay.
Good morning, this is James. Saunders Library can hear the second floor boardroom. She responded by saying that she couldn't hear you. That means that she is hearing you. So Adam Gormley, if you have a question that you wish to ask, please go ahead.
Let me ask a question. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Ms. Corbett, can you hear me?
Yes, Chairman, we can hear you.
She obviously can't hear me, sir. I asked her a question and she hasn't said anything.
Yes. Cami Corbett, yes, I can hear you.
Very good. Now you have 10 minutes.
As Michelle did a very good job of giving an overview of the request, this is an additional phase of the master plan community known as Hawkstone, which is depicted on the graphic there. The proposed rezoning is for 136 single-family homes, and we are providing 29.3 acres of open space. As Michelle indicated, we have findings of consistency with the comprehensive plan from the Planning Commission, and we have support from Development Services, and the Planning Commission has found the proposed development compatible with the surrounding area. We have all recommendations of approval and no objection from reviewing agencies. We are providing access and connectivity. As Michelle indicated, we are complying with the policies of the RP2 design criteria with 2 exceptions where we're providing an alternative buffering standard, and where we're altering that buffering standard, we are providing significant enhanced buffering and planting. Also, we are asking for that waiver to the commercial criteria, and as Michelle testified, the evidence supports that we have qualified for that waiver criteria that's allowed both in the comprehensive plan and the land development code. In addition, we have a study from RC Elco in the file that supports that there is not sufficient commercial demand that's generated from this site. And lastly, we are proposing significant improvements to the area roadway. And at this time, I'd like to have Steve Henry come up and provide testimony and evidence regarding the transportation aspects of this case.
Good morning, Steve Henry, Lincoln Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. I've got some graphics for Elmo, but I will.
You may have them. Move it to the PDF.
Okay, this is the Steve Henry.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Stand by. It's all there. Okay. That's me. Share that. Okay, I'll start over again. Steve Henry, Links and Associates, 5023 West Laurel, Tampa 33607. We have done the traffic analysis for the project. Based on the Hillsborough County level of service report, Boyette Road currently operates at level of service C. It has a VC ratio, volume to capacity ratio of 0.27. Bon Boyette Road operates at level of service B with a VC ratio of 0.25. Now, Boyette Road is considered to be a substandard road by the Hillsborough County Transportation Technical Manual. This graphic here shows the typical section for a rural collector roadway. In fact, it's like 80 to 90% of the roads within Hillsborough County don't meet this current standard. Now, there have been improvements. One second. Let me go in. Just need to scroll. Okay, this is a picture of Boyette Road before 2019. This kind of gives you two pictures of it. The road was actually recently improved, and this shows a graphic of it today. So it actually went through a milling and resurfacing, and so this shows you the pictures of what the roadway looks like today. Now, the same developer that built the reconfiguration of the intersection of Boyette and Bon Boyette to a roundabout is this developer, and they're also proposing improvements along this road. And this includes adding a 6-foot shoulder with 4-foot paved along the entire. So this shows you we've got along our entire property frontage along the east-west portion of Boyette, and then also extending south to the roundabout. So they'll be improving this with the shoulders, doing a 6-foot shoulder with a 4-foot pave. That concludes my presentation, unless you've got any questions.
We did hear from the property owners to the west, who is the Fox Tower. They had several concerns that they raised in the record, but we had the opportunity, I guess fortunately for when the hearing was postponed in July due to COVID, it gave us the opportunity to reach out to the neighbors and have a conversation with them. And we were able to address all of their concerns with the exception of the cross connection to the west. And they appeared at the zoning hearing master hearing and did continue to object to that cross access. But the zoning hearing master agreed with the planning commission staff and the development services staff that the land development code and the comprehensive plan require that cross connection. And we as applicants do not have any objection to that connection being a condition to the approval. We did hear there were some emails in the record from a property owner to the north that expressed generalized concerns about school concurrency and transportation. They did not appear at the hearing. They did not respond to an email request from me to have a conversation with them to see if we could address their concerns. And I just wanted to point out that even though we are reducing the buffer, we do have a 281 feet from the back of the buffer to their home. And we are also providing extensive screening, which the Planning Commission finds compatible and consistent with the surrounding area. So in conclusion, all of the substantial competent evidence supports approval. The buffer reductions are consistent with the overall Hawkstone development previously determined to be consistent by the comprehensive plan. And then stormwater management and school concurrency issues are addressed at site development. And then, as you just heard, the roadways will be improved in conjunction with the development. And with that, we would respectfully request your approval.
Okay, thank you very much. We have no party of record for as a proponent or an opponent. Applicant waives your time for rebuttal. We'll now move to the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located in the Residential Plan 2 Future Land Use category. The site is located in the rural area and within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, as well as the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant proposes to develop the subject property at 2 dwelling units per gross acre, with 136 total single-family dwelling units on approximately 68 acres. According to Future Land Use Policy 33.3, the RP2 Future Land Use category permits 2 dwelling units per gross acre if certain requirements are met. The applicant has agreed to conditions of approval to meet the clustering and open space requirements. According to Future Land Use Policy 33.10, the commercial needs requirement may be waived for projects under 320 acres if it can be documented that required commercial development exists or is in operation within the surrounding area by the time 75% of the residential units are built and the overall project satisfies the RP2 development requirements and the intent of the planned village. A waiver to this requirement for on-site commercial has been submitted for review, and according to the application, in lieu of on-site commercial, 2 village greens have been provided. The waiver asserts that there is ample commercial within the aggregated planned village area and within 2 miles of this area. The application identifies available commercial square footage within Fishhawk, Rodine Barrow Pit, and the Triple Creek developments. Planned developments are required to provide pedestrian and transportation connectivity in the future land use element. Access points are provided along the northern and eastern boundaries of the site, while a future cross-access is provided to the west. The site plan proposes pedestrian and vehicular connectivity throughout the site, which is consistent with policy direction. The subject property is located within the limits of the Riverview Community Plan, and the proposed plan development requests a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet. The Hawkstone Phase 1 subdivision, located to the east of the subject property, has lot sizes ranging between 4,000 and 10,000 square feet. Land development 171399, further south of the subject property, allows single-family residential lot sizes ranging from 3,000 to 4,000 square feet. Several planned developments are located northwest of the subject site and have a minimum lot size of 5,500 square feet. Different lot sizes throughout the area reflect the vision of the community plan in Riverview by encouraging attractive residential development that complements the surrounding character and promotes housing diversity. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed plan development consistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County, subject to the conditions proposed by Development Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning hearing master.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone the subject property from agricultural to planned development to allow for 136 single-family dwelling units with a minimum lot size of 4,000 square feet, as well as a 110-foot weather tower were depicted on the general site plan. Requirements to develop up to 2 dwelling units per gross acre in the RP2 future land use category are outlined in the future land use element of the comprehensive plan, as well as in part 5.04.00 of the land development code. The zoning hearing master found that the proposed project will be consistent with the policies from Objective 33 of the comprehensive plan and the design rules found in part 5.04.00 of the LDC, using comprehensive plan policy 33.3 to utilize 1,836 square feet of the available square footage within the Triple Creek project to meet the commercial requirement. The zoning hearing master stated that the applicant proposes to reduce the 250-foot buffer percentage from 70% to 44.4%, with an additional 40.2% of the property boundaries providing 50 and 100-foot wide buffers. This provides a percentage of 84.6 of the perimeters being provided with a buffer, both 250 feet wide and narrower. The zoning hearing master found that public purpose will be satisfied to an equivalent or greater degree. The zoning hearing master stated that the Hillsborough County Land Development Code makes requirements for stub-out access within the LDC as well as in the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan, Transportation Objective 3E. The applicant's site plan has shown the street stub-out to the west, consistent with the LDC requirements. Transportation review staff has provided language that would be acceptable to the county and the applicant that essentially provides the applicant an opportunity to provide a 6-foot-high opaque fence within and across the public right-of-way for the western access stub-out. Overall, the proposed project meets the intent of the residential plan to plan village policies of the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master concluded that the proposal will result in development that is compatible with the surrounding development pattern and recommended approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you. First of all, I've got a question about this. Can we see the site plan that was on page 18 of the backup? Can staff, my question is for staff in development services. The site plan that shows the wetlands and everything.
Smith? Commissioner Smith?
Yeah.
This is Michelle Heinrich, Development Services. We're seeing if we can pull that site plan up via WebEx. So we can both view it at the same time because our Elmo is experiencing some difficulties. But in the meantime, if you have a question, I'm happy to try to answer that for you.
Here's my question. When you look at the site plan, it's clear that the site is almost half wetlands. And in fact, somewhere in there, it talks about 30 acres of wetlands and wetland mitigation areas and ponds and things. So I'm not seeing how they get 136 units out of that under the wetland density credits rule of comp plan policy 13.3 that says if your wetlands are more than 25% of the acreage, you get all the density allowed on the uplands multiplied by 1.25, which would, be less than 136. So I just have that question about how the density was calculated. I have some other issues as well. Can you address that?
Sure. What I have noted here per the site plan, the acreage of wetlands on the site is 13.7. So that did not exceed the 25% of the 68 plus acres.
Okay. All right. I've got plenty of other problems with this. The idea, of course, of RP2 is to allow someone to increase their density 10 times from 1 per 5 to 10 per 5. 2 per acre in the rural area outside of the urban service area only if they meet the very rigorous criteria. They have to create a planned village that provides its own infrastructure, provides its own commercial needs, specifically shopping and jobs. So it's not just a subdivision full of commuters in the rural area, adding all that traffic of all the other commuters clogging up South County roads at rush hour. So they're supposed to capture their own trips by having their own commercial in a unique, in a difficult to create hamlet village in the rural area. So there's specific calculations you have to go through. This project for its 136 houses is required to provide a minimum of 1,836 square feet of neighborhood commercial uses within a village node. So instead, this applicant wants to provide no commercial for their houses. They argue that they're allowed to get out of their commercial requirement if the required commercial is within 2 miles of them in this aggregated village. They say that their commercial requirement is fulfilled in the Triple Creek development. Okay, there's 2 problems with that. One, unlike the fish hawk commercial we just saw last week that was used for a similar RP2 project, the Triple Creek commercial amenities do not exist. They are planned and entitled, but plans change and entitlements change. This commercial is simply not a reality at this time. Comp Plan Policy 33.10 requires that 50% of the commercial shall be completed at the point that 75% of the residential units are constructed. However, at this point, 0% of the commercial in Triple Creek is completed. So the required commercial does not exist in Triple Creek at this time. And even if it did exist, it is not within 2 miles. And that's the second problem. You can't get there from here, not within 2 miles. The shortest route to the Triple Creek Commercial Center is 5.5 miles, unless you fly. But no one can believe that the rural village concept of RP2 was designed for helicopters or flying cars. The point is to capture your car trips inside the village within 2 miles. It's not to create subdivisions full of commuters driving outside of their village for every little errand. And these people will be going to Tampa and Brandon for their jobs, adding to traffic on the road. This is not what RP2 is for. Moving on, there's not any school capacity in the neighboring schools. The school district was just at our board meeting warning that the lack of school capacity in South County is a crisis. They warned that we are on the verge of double sessions and portable classrooms because this board has approved more development than the schools can accommodate. In addition, they have told us that there is nowhere in South County that they can even build a school because they said all the roads are substandard for schools, and they are certainly substandard here. Boyette Road, which wraps around the north and east of this parcel, is substandard. This applicant proposes to leave it substandard all the way around. If we approve this, we are approving the design exceptions that leave the road lanes too narrow and the shoulders too narrow with no bike lanes. So there's just not enough room for cars to pass by bicycles comfortably. The developer proposes only a 5-foot wide sidewalk on their side of the road. And I understand they can't build a sidewalk on the other side of the road, but if you are not providing bike lanes, you're not providing standard width shoulders, and you are only providing a sidewalk on one side of the road, that sidewalk needs to be wide enough for 2-directional use by bicycles and pedestrians. The recommended paved width for a 2-directional shared use path is 10 feet, not 5 feet. If we are serious about Vision Zero, if we're serious about reducing fatalities for bicyclists and pedestrians, we need to stop allowing design exceptions that leave our roads substandard while developers add traffic to those roads. And finally, there are a number of variations requested from the Land Development Code requirements for planned villages, including not having streets on all sides of their village square and not providing adequate buffers on all sides of the project. They are required to have 250-foot buffers around at least 70% of the perimeter, but they don't come close to meeting this requirement. they're asking for a 0-foot buffer along a long stretch of the western boundary, which, well, anyway, that just doesn't fulfill the requirement. And they propose only a 50-foot buffer on the east side and 100-foot on the northern side, all far below the requirement for a 250-foot buffer. Instead of buffering the minimum of 70% of the perimeter, they only buffer 46% of the perimeter with the required 250-foot buffer. So I'm going to move denial based on all those issues. This is just not ready for prime time, and the developer can go back to the drawing board and bring us back something that works within our RP2 planned village concept in this area when the rest of the requirements are met.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner Kemp seconds.
We have a motion for denial by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know this area very well. It's in my district. You might recall that when we embarked upon the RP2 study that I referred to the idea of a RP2 North and RP2 South, if you will. This is, I am getting some feedback. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So I referred to the idea of an RP2 North and South, if you will. This is not the Baum community. It's not in the Baum community plan. The development in this area that's going on, in fact, blends nicely with the Fishhawk and Triple Creek developments. I wholeheartedly agree with Commissioner Smith about the need for bike lanes in this area. This area is incredibly popular with bicyclists that are out on the weekends doing long distance biking for exercise and whatnot. In fact, you might even recall that the very first public art and roundabouts art piece that I pushed for was of a bicyclist to recognize that fact. But I think the way to accomplish the construction of the bike lanes, though, is to use the mobility fees and the increase in our tax base that's realized from this development to put those in. Going back to the roundabout, there used to be a triangular intersection there next to Hawkstone that had become quite dangerous as there was more development in the area, but they've done away with that and they've changed it to the roundabout. I drive the area all the time. Traffic flows, it's quite safe. There's the resurfacing that they've referred to. So we are taking the steps necessary to accommodate this development in the area. Again, I would like to see the bicyclists better accommodated, but I think that we have the ability to do that actually as a result of this growth. So for that reason, I'll make a substitute motion to approve.
Second.
Substitute motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Hagan. Any further discussion? Commissioner Hagan, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. As was stated in the presentation, there's 29 acres of open space. They have significant buffer. No one's filed for oral argument in opposition. Has all recommendations of approval. And as we have seen, there's not sufficient demand for commercial in the area, so I'm happy to second the motion for approval.
Okay, there's a substitute motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Hagan. Seeing no further discussion, please call the motion.
Hagan?
Yes.
Kemp?
No.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
No.
Smith?
No.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 5-3. Commissioners Kemp, Smith, and Overman voted no.
Okay. We now move to G2. May I have a motion to open for oral argument?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner White,
Second.
Second by Commissioner Overman for open for oral argument. Please call the roll.
I'm sorry, before I call the roll, I need to correct the last count. The motion carried 4-3.
Okay.
All right, Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item G2, rezoning 20-0868. It's located at 2903 State Road 60. It's on the south side of State Road 60. It's east of Turkey Creek Road. Commissioners, this is current zoning, which is AR, which permits agricultural, residential, 1 unit per 5 acre. The request is to rezone a 7.44 acre site to general commercial. Our staff reviewed this and found it to be incompatible with the general area, particularly the area to the south of the site, which exceeds the existing commercial on State Road 60 by almost twice the linear distance of where the commercial boundary to the adjacent site exists. Additionally, it was found to be inconsistent with the plan on locational criteria basis from the Planning Commission, and the zoning hearing master also recommended denial. As you know, oral argument's been filed, and we're available if you have any additional questions.
Thank you, sir. Is the applicant there?
Good morning, Commissioners and staff. My name is Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South, number 451 in St. Petersburg, Florida. I have been sworn. I have Mr. Leroy Gonzalez here. Mr. Gonzalez is the property owner. If you have any questions, you could switch to a PowerPoint. Thank you. So this is rezoning standard 20-0868. Thank you, sir. Thank God for these tech people down here. I would never be able to do this. Thank you. 7.4 acres from agricultural rural to CG. Current future land use category is Res 1. We're located in the eastern part of Hillsborough County. Looking a little closer for the property appraiser, this is the property which is on the south side of State Road 60. A little bit closer, you'll see that directly next door is the Everglades Equipment Group, which is a very intensive site which we are budding. This is a picture of that location, which is again next door to our site, or Mr. Gonzalez's site. There's very good buffering on the west, as you can see here. The budding future land use category is OC20, which is a very intensive future land use category. And a budding zoning is CI, which is commercial intensive. We're asking for a commercial general, which is less than the CI. It's located on a 4-lane divided arterial highway. It's located on a 4-lane divided arterial highway. It's on the official Hillsborough County truck route. In 2017, the traffic count was 23,500 vehicles per day. There are a number of policies that do support this request. The agriculture and agricultural support uses and the preferred uses in rural areas. This isn't a rural area. It will be an agriculture use as expected. Policy 30.5, agriculture-related commercial uses more intensive or heavy than neighboring semi-commercial may be considered rural land use categories. There is a locational waiver. The locational waiver is based upon the rural agriculture area. In the rural area, distances from intersections are much further, much more rural, much more open. That's not taken into account in the intersection distance basis. It's located on an arterial roadway and a truck route. It's compatible with the intensely zoned future land use category that is abutting, and there are comprehensive policies that support it. So in summary, we're abutting a very intensive zone property, provides good buffering on the west, located in a major recognized thoroughfare. There are compound policies of support, and locational waiver we believe is supported. We appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you. We have no party of record as a proponent or an opponent. The applicant waives his time. Planning Commission staff?
Thank you, Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the agricultural rural 1 to 5 future land use category, residential 1, and a small portion is office commercial 20. The site is located in the rural area and is not located within the limits of a community plan. The application requests commercial general uses. The majority of the properties immediately adjacent to the subject property are single family and vacant. According to Future Land Use Policy 16.10, compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. The property does not meet the commercial locational criteria because it is not located within 660 feet of a qualifying intersection per Future Land Use Policy 22.2. A waiver has been submitted for review. According to this waiver, the proposed site is located close to the intersection of State Road 39 and State Road 60, and the site fronts along State Road 60. The waiver further states that both of these are major roadways and designated truck routes according to Hillsborough County. However, staff does not support the proposed waiver to commercial locational criteria based on compatibility concerns. The proposed commercial general uses would be out of character with the area and would would facilitate further encroachment into the predominantly low-density agricultural residential uses that are adjacent to the subject property. The presence of a single parcel designated office commercial 20 with commercial intensive zoning is not reflective of the development pattern in the general area. Allowing for CG uses would facilitate development that undermines the intent of the rural area. The rural area is intended for low density agricultural uses and large lot, low density rural residential uses, no higher than 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, which can exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. No more than 20% of all population growth within the county will occur in the rural area per Objective 4 and Policy 4.1 of the Future Land Use element. Commercial general uses would result in urban or suburban encroachment. The rezoning would not be complementary to the surrounding area or would provide for a gradual transition to nearby uses, and this would be inconsistent with policy direction in the comprehensive plan. Based on those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leinhardt. Zoning hearing master.
The zoning hearing master considered the request to rezone the subject parcel to commercial general. The property is 7.4 acres in area and is currently zoned agricultural rural, designated residential 1 on the future land use map. The parcel is in the rural area, which is intended for low agricultural uses and large lot rural residential uses with densities no greater than 1 dwelling unit per 5 gross acres. The zoning hearing master, in accordance with the recommendation of the Planning Commission staff, found that the subject property does not meet the commercial locational criteria of the comprehensive plan because it is not located at a qualifying intersection as required by Future Land Use Policy 22.2. The zoning hearing master further found that while the adjacent property to the west is zoned commercial intensive and is currently occupied by a farm equipment business, the surrounding properties are predominantly conventional single-family residential, mobile home, and conservation uses. The single parcel zoned for commercial use does not reflect the development pattern in the surrounding area. The zoning hearing master therefore found the request to be incompatible with the requirements of the Land Development Code and inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, as well as incompatible with the surrounding agricultural and residential development pattern. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended denial of the request.
Thank you. Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. I can understand the recommendations of denial, given that CG provides for a broad array of uses, but I think the applicant deserves more time to do more work with staff So for that reason, I move to continue the item to allow the applicant the opportunity to add more specificity into the record with regards to the intensity of use.
Second. A second? There's a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Ullman to continue. Mr. Gormley.
May I just request a clarification? Is the request to continue to the next board meeting, or would it be to remand to the zoning hearing master to make changes to the application? This is a standard zoning district.
I'm sorry, a remand would be in order here, correct?
Yes, to
Okay.
make any substantive changes to it, yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to withdraw my motion and restate it to say that I move to remand the item to the zoning hearing master for the purposes of giving the applicant an opportunity to place more information, more specificity on the record with regards to intensity of use on the site.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Ullman to remand G2. Mr.
Sorry,
Gormley?
the remand date would be December 14th at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you. I'm going to support the motion for a remand just for the sake of going along for a while, but I can tell you that I'm not inclined to approve this when it comes back. We don't just stick commercial out willy-nilly in the rural area. People who live in the rural area and farm in the rural area have a right to have that rural lifestyle protected. And so if this comes back, that's what I'm going to be looking at. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Ullman to remand G2. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
If it is for remand, I would have to make it in January if that's the direction the commission's going.
Middle of a vote, sir. You can't interrupt in the middle of a vote. Well, he should have said something in the middle while I was voting. Please call the roll.
okay. Miller,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith, White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Pressman, was you going to say something? Mr. Pressman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Something?
I'm not sure what you're asking, sir.
We were taking a vote and you were saying something and you interrupted the vote. You wanted to say something?
Oh, I was indicating if the vote was for remand to do it in January, but the staff may be aware we can continue it if need be. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move to G3. May I have a motion for open for argument?
So moved.
Second. By Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Ullman. Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Ullman to open G3 for oral argument. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Mr.
Yes.
Beretta.
Motion carried 7-0.
Sorry about that.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item G3 on the agenda. This is rezoning for Standard District 20-0932 located at 14626 McGrady Road. The site is 5.9 acres. It's in the RP2 comprehensive plan area, and it's also in the BOM community plan area. The request is to rezone AR, which is agricultural residential permitting 1 unit per 5 acres. The request is to rezone to implement the show business overlay The show business overlay is restricted by the comp plan geographically. In the Gibsonton area, generally speaking, this particular overlay cannot be considered in this area of the comp plan. When staff was evaluating that, that was a key consideration that we had to recognize. The Planning Commission staff can probably elaborate on that when they go into their report, but staff is recommending denial because of that reason. The zoning hearing master is also recommending denial as well, and oral argument's been filed.
Thank you, Mr. Beretta. Applicant?
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Rima Kambarova. The case number is 20-0932. Excuse me? Oh.
Been sworn in? She's no. Swear in.
Right hand. Swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Continue, ma'am.
On my previous representation, I explained the nature of my business, and I'm here to represent myself again, and I'm not an attorney or development service person. So I don't know much about the laws and the property development, so I'm just going to speak from my heart. When we moved here 19 years ago, there are nothing but orange trees, and it was perfect for our business, 5 acres, 5.9 property and a small house, big land for the horses, for couple RVs, hookup, and for my team. Now this area is growing such a big time, feels like there is no room left for anything else to build. Me and my husband, we're still in the same business, and we love what we doing, and it is so unique and very special. We cannot compare this experience to anything else. The rezoning has made our life incredibly difficult, so we don't know how else to it for what we're already presenting during the public hearing, and now this is important for us. After we read recommendation summary, we found some paragraph doesn't make really sense to me, like traffic, environment, and wetland, and how this is going to be really affect on my property. I don't understand how performers and trailers can impact traffic around our area and hurt the environment. I'm using my own power for my team, well water and a septic tank. I am paying taxes, never missed one. I have kept my place clean and professional. This is my business, and I'm providing service for the community and my people. We will be performing this full actually we already did in Tampa. With my horses and my team in the state fairground, and from the November 4th 4 to 8 in 2020, we can review the schedule. It's Garden Bros, and we for years my team has been performing for Shriner organization for free all over the US, and we play free show for the disabled kids and a very sick people. This kind of business heals people mentally and touches their heart. Sometimes we have to bring horses to the sick people to help them fight with the illnesses. That kind of mission we cannot stop doing it, and because it is really works and helps them substantially. There's no other organization like ours that are there. So basically, what I'm asking is, we're doing this over 30 years, and if we're not going to do this rezoning, we cannot able to continue our business in a proper way. So please kindly make an exception and approve this request to rezone agriculture and add another layer for RSB overlay. When I add to the recommendation is it's a 5 hookups on my property, but we never use more than 3 trailers. Usually it's only 2 months out of 12. So it's a really temporarily only during the winter quarter places. My team is in my property only for 2 or 3 months the most. So it's basically 2-3 months out of 12. My team stays with me and using their own trailers on my property. And I've been doing this over 30 years. The property we bought 17 years ago, and we always have doing this. So it's only temporarily. They're not staying a full season. They're only staying for 2-3 months. So we prepare for the next show for this. So we practice, we take care of our horses. We are continue prepare for the next season every year. So this is basically just a temporary RV hookups for my team.
Ma'am? Very much. We have no party of record in, as a proponent or opponent. We'll now move to the Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential Plan 2 Future Land Use category. The site is located in the rural area and within the limits of the Balm Community Plan and the South Shore Area-Wide Systems Plan. The applicant is requesting to rezone the subject property from agricultural rural to agricultural rural with a show business overlay. The proposed use does not meet the intent of Future Land Use Policy 17.2, which directs show business uses within a specified boundary. The subject site is not within this specified boundary. In fact, it is several miles south of Big Bend Road, which is the southern boundary of where show business uses are intended to be located according to the comprehensive plan. Future Land Use Objective 16 and Policies 16.1, 16.2, 16.3, and 16.5 emphasize the protection of existing neighborhoods and compatibility within the surrounding area. The area is characterized by large lot agricultural uses and low-density single-family residential. Introducing an agricultural rural show business overlay would be out of character with the surrounding development pattern. The applicant intends to store several recreational vehicles on the site. As the dominant character of the site is agricultural and rural residential, the proposed use would significantly increase the intensity of non-agricultural and non-rural uses within the immediate area. And this would facilitate urban encroachment and would not be compatible with the existing scale, type, and intensity of land uses in the area. The community design component in the future land use element provides policy direction that requires development to relate to the predominant and established character of the surrounding area. The surrounding land use pattern is low density residential and agricultural in use, and the proposed rezoning is not compatible with nor related to the established character of the area. The site is also located in the Balm Community Plan, and the vision of this community plan is not to include additional residential show business uses within the community plan boundary. The request would be in direct conflict with the vision of the Balm Community Plan. And based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning hearing master.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request to rezone the subject property to agricultural rural with the show business overlay. The zoning hearing master stated that future land use policy 17.2 provides that show business uses may only be considered within specific boundaries of the Gibsonton community. The subject property is located outside the Gibsonton community, several miles south of Big Bend Road, which is the southern border of the area in which show business uses may be considered. The zoning hearing master found that an rural show business overlay use would be out of character with the surrounding development pattern, which is characterized by large lot agricultural and low density single family residential uses. The zoning hearing master further found that the proposed rezoning would introduce a use that is not compatible with or related to the established character of the surrounding land use pattern of low density residential and agricultural uses. Additionally, the zoning hearing master found that the subject property is within the Balm Community Plan area. The proposed rezoning would be in direct conflict with the vision of the Balm Community Plan, which does not include additional residential show business uses. And for these reasons, the zoning hearing master found that the request is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, does not comply with the applicable requirements of the Land Development Code, and is not compatible with the surrounding agricultural and residential development pattern. And the zoning hearing master recommended denial of the request.
Thank you. Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The show business overlay district was able to be implemented in Gibsonton because of the deep historical ties with the carnival business in Gibsonton. And it allows for folks to do things like store carnival rides like Ferris wheels and other disassembled rides, food trucks, and all sorts of other things that would generally present a compatibility problem in other communities. I suspect that this rezoning request was likely triggered by a code violation. The applicant may have been able to get by with this during the years that it was incredibly rural, very quiet in that area, but the area is starting to grow up now, and obviously we have a use here that is incompatible with the surrounding residential uses. And as staff has pointed out, this property is not even within the show business overlay boundaries. So it's, legally not even eligible to have the showbiz overlay. So with that being said, I will move denial.
Motion by Commissioner White for denial. Is there a second?
Second, Commissioner.
Second by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
I grew up with one of my dearest friends in the showbiz, in a showbiz family. And I understand and have great affection for the showbiz kind of overlay, show business overlay in the Gibsonton area that community plan has embraced over there for their lifestyle. But the Baum community, it does not include this. It's an entirely different community, and it's important for us to honor our community plans and provide, go along with the different kinds of communities that we have and provide a diverse lifestyle for everyone and protect their neighborhoods. This request for a group living facility with within RVs is contrary to the Baum community plan, and so I just wanted to put that on the record as reasons for supporting the denial.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you. I do understand the applicant's desire to actually have an equestrian center there and performance and have the trailers associated with that agricultural use. But to the points that have been made today, the reason this isn't working is because there's the desire to have folks who live on the property that are not normally there and increase at a level that isn't compatible with the community. It does appear as though this isn't going to move forward, but I do have some concerns that, an equestrian center or a horse center or a show horse is agricultural. The component associated with having those individuals in that business live on that property is the controversy, from what I can gather. So I know there's probably a solution here, but what we're trying to do, or what their applicant is trying to do today, is not going to work. So, thank you.
Okay. We have a motion for denial by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Smith. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay. Thank you. We now move to G4. May I have a motion to open for oral argument?
So moved.
There's a motion by Commissioner Overman.
Second.
Second by Commissioner White. To open G4 for oral argument. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. This brings us to item G4. This is a rezoning for Standard District 201060. It's located at 5307 West Loose Lake Fern Drive, or Road. It's immediately adjacent to the Steinbrenner High School on the On the east side, it's 1.96 acre tract. The request is from SC6 to RMC6. Commissioners, the staff concern with implementing this particular zoning on the site has to do mostly with the dimensional limitations of the lot itself. It's approximately 109, 110 feet wide, and the district itself has a lot width of 70 feet. The setbacks that accompany the structure placement are in the front would be 25, and the rear would be 20. So depending on which way the lot were turned, that would start to introduce some constraints on the lot width, in addition to the fact that if a road is going to be cut in, then the right of way for that road would take 50 feet. So it appears to staff, looking at this district, and this district does not require a site plan. When we evaluated it, it wasn't clear to us that the site could actually be developed pursuant to those standards, particularly if it's going to be used for townhomes. If it goes over 20 feet, then an additional setback is required as well. So our concern was with the ability to implement the metrics that the district requires. And just having said that, if it is approved and it does have to seek some type of relief to the variance process, that would be going to a land use hearing officer, so the board wouldn't be part of that review. The planning commission's also indicated that it's inconsistent with the plan, and they'll speak to their issues as well, having to do with compatibility. Zoning hearing masters recommend denial, and staff is available if you have questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant there?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South in St. Petersburg, number 451. If you could help me pull up this PowerPoint, please. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioners. This is application 20-1060. It's located in the far north of Hillsborough County. You see the site on Lutz Lake Fern Road, just a little west of the Veterans. This is as the property appraiser has it outlined in the red. You can see the large school, multi-school campus, which is the abutting user immediately on the east. Currently zoned single-family conventional RSC1 at the Res 4, and it's capped at 4 units per acre. All that's proposed here, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, is a change to the style of housing versus single-family to multifamily to RMC6. So the change is strictly in style or form of the home unit. There's no density change on this whatsoever. As I pointed out to you, we have the Veterans Expressway and multiple school campuses directly next door, which is Steinbrenner High School, Martinez, and McKittrick Elementary School. Across the street is the country club with restaurant, clubhouse, and recreation. Directly next door is the sports activity field, which, as we're told, gets very busy. This is the abutting owner, 2-story, very intensive school. These are the other schools that are immediately abutting as well. This is the activity center as it regards to the site, and across the street neighbor is a busy restaurant clubhouse. So historically, we did do a prior issue. The future land use category was changed, which was supported by the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners. Brought through a couple other issues, mini storage, which was not received by the neighbors, so we reduced the request to try and moderate the use and get folks in the area on board. It was approved for residential single family on June 6, 2019. Importantly, the surrounding uses are very intensive. So you can see the site in red. There's, as I indicated, the schools. You have a school childcare to the east, a church dog care facility, another school and childcare on Lutz Lake Fern Road. So you can see the intensity along Lutz Lake Fern Road with the preschool and the other schools and the intensity of the roadway. The neighbor abutting on the east does support the request, and we have in the record an email from that owner. And this is the email from the owner, which is again in the record. But I think what's critical is when you look at the ZHM report, he notes, quote, "The predominant land use pattern in the area is low density single family, detached single family, residential, and residential." Commissioners, that is a direct contradiction to everything I just showed you. He did not consider the arterial roadway, the factor of all the predominant uses along Loops Lake Fern Road, and the abutting uses. That is a tremendous contradiction. So looking even closer at the uses in the immediate area, this is the pet boarding, the daycare school, the church. Loops Lake Fern alone is a major arterial, 4-lane separated median roadway of 15,353 vehicles per day. Very intensive. Zoning staff recommendation, as you heard Joe, given the mix of use in the area, that the parcel is located within school and larger lot single family, a multifamily townhome development, could potentially be an appropriate transitional use. And that's what we believe it is. We believe it is a transitional use. Planning Commission recommendation notes the predominant land use code in the area is low density single family detached residential. Again, that's a contradiction to what is existing in the immediate area. 1,700 students every day next door, 4,500 students in all 3 schools, multi-story public use institution, and all the commercial uses along Loops Lake Fern Road. Again, the staff recommendation written is areas comprised of attached single-family development, specifically 3 public schools, several child care centers, and a church. They recognize all those uses. The site is compatible and in character. It's abutting a major roadway located on the arterial roadway, and suitability of the site with high impact noise and activity level from the playground next door makes this a nice transitional use to the other uses along the roadway. But commissioners, I think what's important is that this is a tremendous workforce housing location. When we talk about that mantra, live, work, play, this would be a wonderful multi-unit use for the schools and all the businesses in the area to live there, work there, and play there. This is a perfect workforce housing location, which was not recognized. Now, looking at the comp plan community design component, reducing auto dependence is a critical factor in which life can lead without total automobile reliance, which this site would. For a variety of housing types, this would be multifamily. And goal number 1 of the comp plan of community design, plan a pattern of compact, livable, and walkable neighborhoods. This isn't a neighborhood, but it would serve as a workforce and live, work, play location. Comp plan, future land use, policy 16.2. Gradual transitions of intensities between different land uses shall be provided. This is a good transition of intensity. Policy 1.4, compatibility. Height, scale, mass, bulk of structures, particularly compared to the schools next door. Pedestrian vehicular traffic, circulation, access, parking impacts, landscaping, lighting, noise, odor, architecture. This is compatible with the immediate area. Comp plan housing element goal number 2, promote and assist the provision of ample housing supply within a broad range of types and price levels, which is what this site offers. Comp plan policy 1, Hillsborough County shall proactively direct growth into the urban area, which this is, where at least 80% of the population growth occurs in the USA, which this site does. You can look at the public schools facility element. They follow the same line, proximity to and within walking distance to residential neighborhoods, which this site would offer to students and to teachers who could work there. Conveniently located to residential neighborhoods and a direct, safe access path for pedestrian travel. We did talk to the school board, and the school board said at this time there is capacity of the adjacent concurrency service areas. If you apply for a certificate of concurrency, this would be approved. So in summary, the immediate vicinity has significant impact in commercial institutional uses, which clearly was not included in the ZHM report. Character of the roadway interchange is significant. Abutting uses are very active. Use proposed is very low impacting and is transitional. Characterization, we believe, with all due respect, by the staff is incorrect, calling it all single family area. Use is compatible, school capacity is okay, perfect workforce size, many comp plan policies support. The issue, again, is only the style of residence, single family to multifamily at the same density. We appreciate your attention. Thank you. Deputy.
Thank you. We have no party of record as proponents or opponents. Applicant waives his rebuttal time. Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Melissa Leinhardt, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the residential 4 future land use category. It is in the urban service area and also within the limits of the Lutz community plan. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from residential single family conventional 6 or RSC 6 to residential multifamily conventional 6, RMC 6. The request is not consistent with the intent of residential 4 future land use classification, which is to designate areas that are suitable for low-density residential development. Though the site is located within the urban service area where growth is to be directed according to plan policy, an RMC 6 zoning district would not be consistent with policy direction in the community design component of the future land use element. This portion of the plan contains policy direction which encourages designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surroundings. It further states that new developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of the area. The predominant land use pattern in the area is low-density, single-family, detached residential. A zoning request to multifamily use would not be compatible with the existing development pattern. Future Land Use Policy 16.8 specifically requires that density and lot sizes of the surrounding area be compatible with new development. The existing uses in the area are low-density, single-family residential and agricultural uses. Policy 16.10 states that any density increase shall be compatible with existing, proposed, or planned surrounding development. In this case, the surrounding area has existing agricultural rural zoning directly to the east, and planned developments to the west, north, and south, developed with a school and single-family detached residential. The request would be considerably different from any housing type in the area, and in fact, the closest multifamily housing type in the area is near the Suncoast Parkway and Van Dyke Road. Overall, the proposed use would present a compatibility concern, and it is not compatible with the existing development plan in the area. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed rezoning inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning hearing master.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning from residential single-family conventional 6 to residential multifamily conventional 6. The zoning hearing master noted that the site is within the urban service area where growth is to be directed. However, RMC 6 zoning district would not be consistent with the policy direction of the community design component. The zoning hearing master stated that the community design component of the future land use element contains policy direction which encourages designing developments that relate to the predominant character of the surroundings. CDC Goal 12. The design component further states that new developments should recognize the existing community and be designed in a way that is compatible with the established character of the area. CDC Objective 12-1. The zoning hearing master found that the predominant land use pattern in the area is low-density, single-family, detached residential, and a rezoning request for a multifamily use would not be compatible with the existing development pattern. The zoning hearing master also found that policy 16.10 of the future land use element states that any density increase shall be compatible, with the existing proposed or planned surrounding development. In this case, the surrounding area has existing agricultural rural zoning district to the east and planned developments to the west, north, and south, developed with a school and single-family detached residential uses. The zoning hearing master found that the request would be considerably different from any housing type in the area. And in fact, the closest multifamily housing type in the area is near Suncoast Parkway and Van Dyke Road. The zoning hearing master found that overall the proposed use would present a compatibility concern and is not compatible with the existing development pattern in the area and is also inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. The zoning hearing master therefore recommended denial.
Thank you. What's your pleasure?
Move denial based on all the reasons that the zoning hearing master and the planning commission staff and the development services staff recommended denial for the incompatibility.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Kemp. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Now move to G5. May I have a motion to open for oral argument?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Overton, second by Commissioner White to move for oral argument. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you, sir. Applicant?
Good morning, Commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South in St. Petersburg, Florida. I have Mr. Leroy Gonzalez, who's here from want to give your address real quick. Just speak your address. You have to say your address.
612 Chastain Road, Sefner, Florida.
Thank you. If we could go to a PowerPoint, please. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. This is file 20-1066. This is rezoning 5.52 acre parcel from agricultural single family to CG. Future land use category is Res 1. Located on State Route 60 in the general Plant City Brandon area. Looking a little closer, this is located at James Redmond and State Route 60 on the aerial. And as the property appraiser has it, you see there's one structure on the property at the moment. So we are located 610 feet from the intersection. Locational criteria is 75% within 660. So we're very close to the locational criteria under the comp plan. You'll note the entire north part of the property is a wetland area. It's used for agriculture. It's not suitable for development. And this is the flood map showing the north part of the property as well, and showing the flood hazard. Now, if you look at the zoning map, you'll see that there's a lot of zoning intensity. In fact, there's CG to the west, further from the intersection, and a BPO, PD next door, and of course, a lot of intensity at the intersection. Looking closely at the CG on the east, it permits general apparel. You have CG on the east. Abutting on the west, the PD allows very intensive uses as well. Eating establishments, which is what we're looking for here, farm supply, food products, horse trailers, vets, a wide range of uses. So there's very high intensity zoning-wise on both sides of the property. And across the street is all approved for phosphate mining. So there's tremendous intensity around the site and at the intersection. Now you see on the aerial, which pulled down, it notes a restaurant operating at the site. And this is how the site looks now. Mr. Gonzalez has been renovating the site. It's located on a 4-lane divided arterial highway. It's on the Hillsborough County truck route. 2017 count was 23,500 vehicles per day. Abutting on the west is the other former restaurant. And this is the intersection of State Route 39 and 50. Now, Commissioners, I have to say, the Planning Commission gets it right most of the time. And the zoning hearing masters do too. But when you look at the ZHM report, the ZHM report quotes, the majority of the properties immediately adjacent to the subject property are single family and vacant. That is absolutely incorrect. It just is. I showed you that there's tremendous intensity. It's a contradiction because at the same report, the ZHM says, quote, located on a major thoroughfare, CG to the east, PD abutting on the west with a wide range of commercial food, and did not mention the mining across the street. That is a tremendous contradiction, which is also carried, again, with respect with the Planning Commission. And the Planning Commission does get it right, but unfortunately on this site, they did not. And that is just the factual element of the zoning maps that I showed you. Now, on the site was a prior long-time restaurant use. And I don't have all the answers for you, Commissioner, but we do know the restaurant was there and it operated for a long time, although I cannot find zoning that allowed it to be there. But we can say that there was a long-time restaurant use at the site and it worked well. This is the current aerial. You can see the restaurant, well, not current, but somewhat current. You can see the restaurant that was operational, and then the north half is agricultural. That's 2014. 2014, you can see the restaurant is operational. 2008, you can see it's operational as well. And 2006, you can see it's operational. So we have a history of that. But the characterization of the vicinity, again, the zoning staff recommendation, the size and depth of the subject parcel in relation to other adjacent non-residential uses would create a zoning pattern that is not consistent with the existing zoning and development. But the fact is that there's intensive zoning on both sides of the property and at the intersection and across the street is mining. Planning staff recommendation, again, the majority of the properties immediately adjacent to the subject property are single-family agriculture and vacant. That, again, is just not correct. In any case, that would facilitate further encroachment into the predominantly low-density agriculture residential adjacent to subject property. Again, it's just incorrect. It's a wrong characterization, and that's just factual looking at the zoning maps. Again, CG on one side, the PD is very intensive on the other side. Phosphate mining across the street. There is a locational waiver. We do find that we feel that we're compatible with the vicinity uses and zoning, compatible due to the restriction of use due to the topo conditions or geographical, really topographical conditions on the north. It's located on a major arterial and truck route, and it does have the tested time as commercially operated. So in summary, we are very close to the locational waiver requirement, surrounded by intensive zoning and uses, located on major thoroughfare, and history of commercial uses have worked fine. We'd like to ask for your help with this site. It's very viable, and we hope to have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have no party of record for proponent or opponent testimony. Planning Commission staff.
Thank you. Melissa Lionheart, Planning Commission staff. The subject property is located within the Residential 1 future land use category. The site is in the rural area and is not located within the limits of a community plan. The applicant is requesting commercial general uses. The majority of the properties immediately adjacent to the subject property are single-family, agricultural, and vacant. According to Future Land Use Policy 16.10, compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. Compatibility does not mean the same as, rather it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of the development. The property does not meet commercial locational criteria, as is not located within the 660 required feet of a qualifying intersection. A waiver has been submitted for staff review, and according to the waiver, the proposed site is located very close to the intersection of State Road 39 and State Road 60. And the site fronts on State Road 60. The waiver further states that both are major roadways and designated truck routes as determined by Hillsborough County. Based upon compatibility concerns with the proposed use, Planning Commission staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners not support the waiver to locational criteria. The proposed CG uses would be out of character for this area and would further facilitate encroachment into the predominantly low density agricultural and residential adjacent to the subject property. Allowing for CG uses would facilitate development that undermines the intent of the rural area. The rural area is intended for low intensity agricultural uses and large lot, low density rural residential uses, no higher than 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres, which can exist without the threat of urban or suburban encroachment. Commercial general zoning and uses would result in urban or suburban encroachment in this location. The rezoning would not be complementary to the surrounding area or provide for a gradual transition to nearby uses. The proposal undermines the intent of the future land use compatibility policies and Objective 16. Based upon those considerations, Planning Commission staff finds the proposed application inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you.
Thank you. Zoning Hearing Master.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request to rezone the subject property of approximately 5.5 acres from agricultural single-family 1, AS1, to commercial general. As explained by Ms. Leinhard, a commercial location criteria waiver request has been submitted for review. However, as you heard, Planning Commission staff does not support a waiver of the commercial locational criteria at this location. The zoning hearing master found that the majority of the properties immediately adjacent to the subject property are single-family and vacant. The zoning hearing master stated that according to policy 16.10 of the future land use element, compatibility is defined as the characteristics of different uses or activities or design which allow them to be located near or adjacent to each other in harmony. While compatibility does not mean the same as, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. The zoning hearing master found that the proposed commercial general uses would be out of character for this area and would facilitate further encroachment into the predominantly low-density agricultural residential adjacent to the subject property. Allowing for commercial general uses would facilitate development that undermines the intent of the rural area. The zoning hearing master found that overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for development that is not consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future land use element of the comprehensive plan. And the zoning hearing master concluded that the rezoning request is incompatible with the existing low density and agricultural development pattern in the area. And for these reasons, the zoning hearing master recommended denial of the request.
Thank you. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. Much like G2, I'm torn on this one. I understand the recommendations of denial. I will say that this is on a busy roadway. It's a state road that connects the east to the west coast. There is already a building on the site which to me almost clearly certainly has been used for some type of commercial use before. I do have concerns about that intersection. It is regarded in the community as a dangerous intersection. Although I do suppose that ingress and egress into the site, if the zoning is approved, is something that can be addressed at the site plan level. So I think I'm inclined to move approval on this one.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner White, seconded by Commissioner Oldman to approve item G5. Commissioner Smith, you recognize?
I won't be approving, voting to approve this because the comprehensive plan has this area as Res 1 in the rural area. There is a tiny nearby commercial general thing, but that is non-conforming. That doesn't belong there. That's just being allowed to continue there. And that's kind of the problem with heading down this path of saying, oh, just this one, oh, just this one. And pretty soon you've really impacted the character of a rural neighborhood. Certainly, it is not, as was characterized by the applicant, tremendous intensity in the area. It's just one tiny little CG use that is non-conforming. So I don't think we should be adding to that and going further down that path. I think we should maintain the integrity of the comprehensive plan here. And so I am in accordance and concurrence with the assessment of the Planning Commission staff that this is contrary to our comprehensive plan, and the zoning hearing master's recommendation. I think it's dangerous to go down this path. If anyone really feels like this kind of bigger commercial uses belong out here, the real way to do that is to apply for a comprehensive plan change and involve the community and see if everyone agrees that it's time to do commercial general in this area. But I don't think it is, so I won't be supporting it.
We have a motion for approval by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
No.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
No.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 5-2. Commissioners Kemp and Smith voted no.
Mr. Beretta.
Commissioners, this brings us up to H1A and H1B. These are related items. H1A is a personal appearance recognizing a parcel that's the subject of H1B that's being removed, which is the subject of a rezoning. PRS 20-0370 is taking a clerical action to recognize the removal of that parcel. What will be remaining back in this plan development will be a 54 lot, 20 acre subdivision. H1B is a proposed rezoning that's going to come out of the previous plan development that I talked about. Proposals for a 228 square foot mini warehouse proposal that's the subject of a plan development. H1A is a public hearing. Both items can be considered together as one item before the board. H1B would otherwise be on consent if it were not for the personal appearance. It has all approvals.
Thank you. The applicant present.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. I have not been sworn.
All right. Raise your right hand, please. Truth and nothing but the truth.
I do. Good morning, Commissioners. I do not have too much more to add other than Joe's really kind of crisp summary of this. These are two items that are traveling together. The first, unfortunately, the overhead projector does not work, and it probably is not going to be very helpful for me to shove a piece of paper in the webcam here, but what we're trying to do is just detach from a 1981 PD a single, somewhat kind of tomahawk steak shaped piece of land, get it out of that PD and put it into the PD that is the subject of H1B, which, as Joe noted, was recommended for approval by the ZHM, by your staff. It's consistent with the comprehensive plan. It is inside the urban service area. And we respectfully ask for your support. I'm available to answer any questions. We do have our David Bell, our project civil engineer here, as well as Michael Yates, our traffic engineer, as well as the applicant, Stan Bonilla with Safeguard. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but we believe that this is fairly straightforward, has all recommendations for approval, and appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Seeing no testimony, applicant waives his time for rebuttal. What's your pleasure? Any time today.
Move approval.
Move approval. Move approval.
Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner White to move H1A and H1B. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Beretta.
Just to item H2A and H2B. Commissioners, H2A is a comprehensive plan map change. It compromises a 7-acre site. The Planning Commission will present that item. And then following that, H2B is a complementary rezoning property for the same geography. I'll turn it over to the Planning Commission for H2A.
Thank you, Joe. Tony Garcia, Planning Commission staff. You will be hearing from Ms. Krista Kelly on the first of two plan amendments this morning, HC CPA 20-01. Ms. Kelly, thank you.
Is it 01 or 02?
It says 02.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to confirm that.
Sorry, you're correct. 2002. I stand corrected. Thank you.
No problem. Hi, Krista Kelly, Planning Commission staff. Can you see the screen? Can everybody see the screen? I'm presenting CPA 20-02. This is a site in the rural service area. It's also within the boundary of the Plant City Northeast Master Plan. It's adjacent to Lakeland along County Line Road in Hillsborough County, and it's served by the major road network I-4 East, the east-west corridor, and County Line Road, again, which is a north-south arterial. The site is...
She's not, no, she's muted. Okay. James is working on.
Oh, I'm sorry, is it not moving? Okay, the site is 7 acres in size and consists of 2 parcels. One is open space with tree boundary, and one has a home on site. The surrounding area, as you can see, is rural residential and agricultural.
We are not seeing any presentation.
Oh my goodness. I'm so sorry. James, can you please put the PowerPoint up? No, it's 20-02, the PowerPoint. Okay, let's try this.
Stand by, it's coming up now.
Okay. Thank you. I apologize for that. This is CPA 20-2. It's a site east of Plant City. It is a future land use map amendment. It's privately initiated. The site is in the rural service area. It's also within the boundary of the Plant City Northeast Master Plan. The site is adjacent to County Line Road. So Lakeland is on the eastern side of County Line Road, Hillsborough County on the west. The major road networks consist of the east-west corridor of I-4 and again, County Line Road north-south. This is an aerial of the site. You can see this is County Line Road. The site consists of 2 parcels totaling 7 acres. It's predominantly undeveloped with 1 single-family home on one of the parcels. The surrounding area is characterized by rural residential development with some community support uses. There's a church and a cemetery a little bit further to the west, and then some smaller construction-related businesses. Okay. Doesn't want to change. There we go. This is the adopted future land use map. Currently, the site is designated residential 1, as is the surrounding area. As you can see to the south, the area, there's a large portion at the interchange of I-4 and County Line Road that is designated light industrial. A big portion of that site is owned by FDOT for water, stormwater storage. There is a private parcel within this area that is undeveloped.
Christo, if you want the next slide, just say next slide.
Next slide. To give some context to this site, it's adjacent to two jurisdictions, Plant City and the city of Lakeland. Again, Plant City has a Northeast master plan in which it envisions industrial uses in this area, including the subject site. However, it's not, no water and sewers extended to this site, and there are no plans to annex at this time. The city of Lakeland does have an developed industrial area. It's designated an industrial activities center. Again, it's in Polk County. Hillsborough County, again, the site's in the rural area. Some of the issues with this site are compatibility. While it's adjacent to some intense uses in another county, within Hillsborough County, it's predominantly rural residential. The site has access to I-4, and I just point out that I-4 is a truck route, however, Swindell Road is not. Next slide. This is the proposed future land use map showing the site light industrial, which is what the applicant is requesting. Again, you do see light industrial to the south of the site on the north side of I-4. And this dotted line delineates Plant City's city boundary. There's commercial designated areas, which include multi-use gas station, convenience store, hotel, and then some more industrial within Plant City. Next slide, please. Okay. The impact of this change would essentially eliminate residential development of the site. Currently, 7 dwelling units could potentially be developed. Light industrial does not allow that. And currently, the site allows up to 110 square feet of non-residential use, or 0.25 FAR, whichever is less, which would be 76,230 square feet based on the FAR. The change would allow a 0.75 FAR, which is approximately 228,000 square feet of non-residential use. Next slide, please. This site was reviewed for consistency with the comprehensive plan and found consistent with the interstate related strategy of the comprehensive plan and those supporting policies in the future land use element, objective 24, policies 24.1, 24.2, and 24.3. These are in your packet. These policies encourage the location of higher intensities of non-residential uses at locations that complement interchanges. It recognizes interstate interchanges as a valuable resource for more intensive development. Next slide, please. And as a strategy to promote compatibility, it requires site-controlled zoning districts, which permit the consideration of commercial uses at intensities above neighborhood serving commercial uses. It requires a PD zoning, and the site is encouraged to enable the use of the site based on design measures to minimize impact to the surrounding area. Next slide, please. This amendment was distributed for agency review and no objections were received. Next slide, please. Planning Commission, based on these findings, the Planning Commission recommends that CPA 2002 be found consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future of Hillsborough's comprehensive plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County and forwards that recommendation to this board. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any questions at this time, so therefore what we have to do is vote on separately on these. The first vote we will take is on CPA 20 dash, yes.
Mr. Chairman, it is a public hearing
Okay, that's right, that's right.
for the comprehensive plan. There is no oral argument filed on the rezoning.
You're right. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address, to speak as a proponent, I'm sorry. Anyone wish to speak?
Here for the applicant. If I may ask, how much time do I have?
You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, let me pull up, we're pulling up the PowerPoint at the moment, sir. Hold on a second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say, in all the reviews between the land use amendment and the companion rezoning, all staff recommendations are positive. There are no negative reports. The companion rezoning restricts this use to a truck stop. And I do have to say, compound policy, very important, recognize interstate interchanges as valuable resources for the location of intensive commercial. We're currently right at the outskirts of Hillsborough County. Currently Res 1 proposed as LI. The current zoning is commercial general, other than, which is an error on the agenda. What I'd like to make you aware is that located on County Line Road, we're next to the city of Lakeland. And what you can see is immediate zoning is that we are CG, there's CI all throughout. Next door to the site is significant manufacturing and indicated as zoned office and zoned commercial. It's also indicated as a interstate activity center by City of Lakeland. As noted here in terms of their land use category directly next door. And that zoning and future land use is all throughout that intersection. Again, compound policy 24.1, recognize interstate interchanges as valuable resources. The Northeast Plant City future land use plan designates this site as industrial. So the future designation is industrial as well. And your comp plan says to cooperate with adjacent county governments and compatibility with their comprehensive plans. In support, the same family owns to the north, the same applicant owns abutting to the west, and the next west owner also supports. So surrounding the site is all support, as are all the reviewing agencies of Hillsborough County. Ingress and egress is strictly on County Line Road. It's a very intensive roadway. As you can see, it's well marked. I think we've probably all driven by here, all well marked for access. So in summary, interstate interchanges are top priority in the comp plan. Previously, it's all been approved CG, designated industrial by Plant City's master plan. Abutting categories and uses are intensive. Site has tremendous ingress and egress, and good support from abutting owners. So is CG and the attached or companion rezoning for restriction to a truck stop. Everyone is indicating compatibility, and we had, to my memory, no opposition whatsoever to this request. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anyone who wishes to speak as a proponent? Anyone who wishes to speak as a proponent? Anyone who wishes to speak as an opponent? Anyone who wishes to speak as an opponent? Applicant waives his rebuttal time. We now take up CPA 20-01. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Oldman to approve CPA 20-01. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
No.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman. I'm sorry, Commissioner Overman. Okay. Commissioner Smith
Yes.
and White.
Yes.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Kemp voted no.
Now we need a motion on RZ 20-0342.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner White, second. Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman to approve RZ 20-042. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
A question. I don't mind I don't think it's incompatible to have a truck stop out there, but how are you going to have water and sewer? I see that the water resources comments simply say it's located outside the urban service area and therefore water and or wastewater service will not be available to serve the subject property. I guess that's a question for the applicant. How do you plan to provide water and sewer? Will you be on well and septic for a truck stop?
Well, Commissioner, I'm a zoning guy, but there is water sewer in the general vicinity that they're going to have to connect to, or other means.
Mr. Garcia, did you have your hand up like you had the answer?
No, ma'am, actually, I wanted to bring attention. I think you voted on the wrong amendment.
All right, well, while we're here, while I have the floor, can somebody answer whether or not this truck stop would be on well and septic or how they're planning to connect to water and sewer?
This is Adam Gormley. I can't speak to what they're planning, but they are in the rural service area and accordingly would not be able to extend water or utility lines. So absent some documented health concern, they would need to be served by well and septic.
And Mr. Gormley, that doesn't raise any red flags for staff to permit a truck stop on well and septic?
It is in the rural service area. That type of service is what the comp plan requires, and they would need to permit that appropriately through the septic, particularly through the Department of Health.
Thank you.
Cool, Ms. Luggood.
The amendment that we're voting on is CPA 20-02, and I apologize, in the script that I gave you, Mr. Chair, I had a typo that was 2001, and in fact, it's 2002. So.
Okay, so what are we voting on now?
The motion on the floor is on CPA 20-02 this time.
All right. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman to approve 20-02. Is any, Commissioner Smith, your hand's still up. You have another question? Okay. Seeing no further questions, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan, Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman, Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
We now move to H1A and H3A and H3B. Planning Commission staff.
Mr. Kelly?
Yes.
We do need the vote on H2B to be separate. That resolution, the rezoning will be done by resolution.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to vote on what now? What are we voting on, Ms. Luckman?
H2B, rezoning 20-0342. It requires a separate vote.
So you know you had CPA 20-01. That should have been 20-02. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and the board has already voted to approve that, but the rezoning that's related, item H2B, does require a separate vote.
Mr. Chairman, if I may? Okay.
Procedurally, we got to go all the way back now and vote on 20-02, because what we made a motion on was 20-01. You just said to me that we need to vote on 20-02. So everything has been out of order. So now we need to go back and make up and have a motion to reconsider 20-01, which was wrong, and vote on 20-02. You follow me? Okay. So.
Mr. Chairman, I move to reconsider the vote on it was stated as 20-01. It's actually item H2A. I move to reconsider that vote.
There's a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Ullman to reconsider the vote that was taken on a mistakenly scrivener's error on the script. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman, Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I move approval of item H2A.
Thank you. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Ullman.
H2B.
We're now voting on H2A.
B. H2B.
We've got to take care of H2A first,
Not
procedure.
taking H2A.
Okay. Sorry.
I'll second.
Okay, hold on, folks. Everything that's screwed
Sorry.
away was numbered wrong. We're taking up H2A, which is CPA
Sorry.
20-02.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank
That's where we are. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman. I'm sorry, Commissioner Overman? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Now we're going to take up RZ 20-0342.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman. See no further discussion. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
After I'm gone and someone brings it up, get your constitutional lawyer to figure it out. I'll be gone, I'm sorry. Okay, now we're back. Now we're on H3A, Planning Commission staff.
Sir, this is Hillsborough County CPA 20-01. Ms. Krista Kelly will make the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. James, can you please pull that PowerPoint 20-01? Thank you. This is CPA 20-01. This is a privately initiated future land use map amendment. Next slide, please. The site is located in the northern eastern portion of the county in the rural service area. It's within the Donatasasa Community Plan boundary. It is served by 3 major road networks: US 301, I-4 to the south, and I-75 to the west. Next slide, please. This is an aerial of the site. This is a 7-acre portion of a much larger site you can see here. It's used for agricultural purposes. The site and surrounding area, as you can see, is predominantly agricultural in character and some rural subdivisions. On the north side of 301, there is the Hillsborough River State Park, which is approximately 2,000 square feet of conservation land. And then to the south is Lake Bonacassa. Next slide, please. This is the adopted future land use map showing the site and all the surrounding area designated residential 1, reflecting the mixture of agriculturally related and rural related land uses. Next slide, please. The applicant's requesting light industrial planned on this site in that far corner. Next slide, please. The impact of this change basically is the removal of the residential use of that property. Currently, 7 dwelling units could be permitted. Light industrial plan does not allow that. It allows a 0.75 FAR, which is 228,690 square feet. Next slide, please. In review for consistency, it was found that the proposed change to light industrial plan is inconsistent with the county's rural strategy, which intends to preserve rural residential communities, agricultural viability, and to protect natural resources. The strategy also seeks to direct higher densities and intensities into the urban service area. The Bonacassa Community Plan also seeks to preserve the rural agricultural quality of life within its community plan boundary. It discourages the encroachment of suburban and urban scale uses and seeks to preserve the unique quality of life articulated in the plan. Next slide, please. This amendment was distributed for agency review. There were no objections received. Next slide, please. Based on these findings, the Planning Commission recommended that CPA 20-01 be found inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the plan and forwards that recommendation to the Board of County Commissioners. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Is the applicant there?
Yes, he's coming.
Where'd he go? Yeah. Okay, thank you. March Chairman, Commissioners, Todd Pressman, 202nd Avenue South in St. Pete, Florida. How do we? Oh, thank you. Oh, got it. Okay, I see. Thank you. Thank you. So this is HCCPA 20-01. We do have a companion rezoning with it. Critically, the rezoning restricts it to just a single use. We're located out on States Road, Knights Griffin Road, Northeast County. Currently, Res 1 proposes LI, and companion rezoning restricts to open storage of RVs, boats, and trailers. It's extremely quiet use. It's rarely used. It's extremely well buffered and separated. No infrastructure, water, septic, sewer really needed. Extremely low trips and no wetland impacts. We're doing just one small area to keep it very secluded and away from any kind of impacts. 449 feet, more or less, to residential, which is approximately 1.5 football fields That would be approximately 4 or 5, maybe 6 Tom Brady long bombs on the football field, I would estimate. So project site, you can see that we do have support from the neighbor to the north and the neighbor to the immediate west. So we are able to bring forward abutting owners in support. Knights Griffin, where it's located, is an arterial roadway. Interestingly enough, the site is extremely well buffered. These are just a couple photos of the site, as you can see, which has natural buffering all the way around it. Even up into the homes, which are almost 500 feet away. Under current agricultural zoning, the site could provide very intensive agricultural uses by right. There is somewhat nearby intensive zoning over on Fort King Highway. CI and LI are located, which is located at the red arrow. So again, it is an extremely quiet use. You're not going to, if the site were developed as residential, it would be residential. There's basically no buffering between the two. This is an extremely quiet use. There's no parties, no agriculture equipment, no loud activity. Again, it's rarely used, extremely well buffered and separated. As I said, no infrastructure, low trips, and low or no wetland impacts. So we are guaranteeing the use as restricted RV boat and trailers, storage. Storage, as I'm indicating, is a great neighbor, built-in tremendous buffering, good support from close by neighbors, located on Arterial Highway. We're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Is anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an...
Good morning. Okay, hi, I'm James Slatton. I was born on the property out there. I feel that, and Mr. Don Balaban was here earlier. He has about 400 acres on Knights Griffin. Agricultural quality of life. I think that's beautiful what they wrote there. If you start all the way out in Wyomama and you drive down 301, and you look at every road you take a right on, those were all farms and dairies. Brandon, Riverview, Ruskin was tomato farms. But we end up into Notasassa, and we get there and we decide you can't do nothing. So, Tom, will you pull that up for me? I think there's huh?
We need to pull up one page on the PowerPoint, Mr. Chairman. Okay, let's go from here.
That's a good one. So you'll see a subdivision right below our site right there. When I was a kid, that was a beautiful orange grove. Somebody came down here years ago when we were 1 in 5, one house per 5 acres. And somebody got the zoning changed to build that subdivision right there. And so there went a beautiful orange grove. Across the street, on both sides of me, agricultural use. If you look at that picture, you will not see anything being grown there. And our whole community looks that way. People are going to need a place to put a low impact, their RVs, their boats. We've been asked to store stuff there forever. It's covered storage. It's beautifully buffered. And I really would appreciate y'all taking a look at this. I think all of us out there that are landowners that used to grow oranges, I wish I could have an orange grove. They are dead. They will not grow. Small agricultural is gone. Unless you're big ag, you can make money. Small farmers are a thing of the past. We are offered $25 an acre to grow hay there. That's your top offer to grow hay. If you guys want to send me a check for that, I guess I won't build it. But I'd really appreciate y'all's common sense to realize that Notasassa is going to change just like everywhere else has changed. Consistent or inconsistent, eventually it's going to become consistent. Why should we have to wait on some big guy to come in and do it? We've got a discount a dollar store. We've got all kinds of industry just right through that field. I can look at it. The county yard's right across the field, across the street. And also on 301 down there by that beautiful park is zoned commercial right across the street from it. I would like to get another person out there from y'all from down here and let them ride around with me and show them what's going on. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you. Sorry if I sound a little passionate, but I just don't think that we should be circumcised from the rest of the county.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone else wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Anyone wishing to speak?
We do have somebody?
Two people. Could you put that in, please?
Now, we're not on 3B yet. Pressman, you waive your rebuttal time.
What did you say?
3B. No, that's, hold on. We now move to 3B. I need a motion to open for oral argument. Motion by Commissioner Overman.
Second.
Second by Commissioner White. Please call the roll.
There are proponents for the comp plan amendment. They're speaking, they're downloading a PowerPoint presentation. This one?
Pardon me?
Open up the PDF.
There are proponents for the comp plan amendment. They're downloading a PowerPoint presentation. That was the delay.
We're opponents.
Want to speak? They have a PowerPoint presentation.
Excuse me, there are opponents to the comprehensive plan amendment. They're downloading a PowerPoint presently. That was their delay in responding.
On 3A?
On 3A, yes, sir.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Thanks.
I need to put page down. I need to. Yeah. Okay. Page down. Forward arrow. Okay. Good morning. My name is Brian Chalmers. I'm the Vice President of the Homeowners Association and resident in Forking Estates, Lake Sassa Drive location. I want to briefly touch on prior slides about the zoning of the lake perimeter and the term of being inconsistent to plans. Put it into real life, you can see a picture there, top left. That is an RV and a boat trailer yard, which is about 3 to 4 miles from our properties on 301. Route 301 is an industrial road with lots of those options of storing those kind of RVs, boats, and so forth. You can see the condition of it as years go by. We feel this inconsistent proposal has a lot of bearing on the environment and the landscape. And in our opinion, we don't see other lakes in our county with the same environmental and beauty of what they are being invaded by this kind of industrial proposal. The rezone request is to go industrial within the immediate location of a lake and inside the perimeter road. I think that's my key point. US 301 is littered with this type of industrial storage areas already. Traffic issues are unknown. It's a very difficult bend at Stacy and this property.
Excuse me, can you hear me?
Yes.
I think you're on the wrong item, sir. Am I correct, Ms. Lugman?
Yes, we're currently on public hearing on CPA 20-01. So any comments need to be directed towards the comprehensive plan amendment. We will shortly be considering H3B, the rezoning, and Mr. Chalmers is a party of record who is qualified for oral argument. He and the other opponent who's qualified will have 10 minutes at that time to present and speak on the rezoning.
Okay. Mr. Chalmers and Ms. Doherty, we have to go back. We have to open this up. You were a little bit early, so just hold on. Let me go through some procedures and we'll get back and you can start all over again, okay?
Need to be sworn.
Can you hear me?
They understood.
Okay, all right. Now, again, I need a motion to open for oral argument.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner White. Open for oral argument. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Lugman, you want to address the additional evidence?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was a request for additional evidence filed by Ms. Doherty. I have reviewed that request and found that it is not qualified to be approved. I advised Ms. Doherty of that. So I would request that the board take a motion and vote to deny that request for additional evidence.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Hagan. Is there a second?
Second.
By Commissioner White. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
We have this procedure for applying for citizens to apply for presenting additional evidence. Ms. Lundgren, can you explain, do we ever allow that? Have we ever, has this county ever allowed that?
Commissioners, not in my tenure. It is kind of a safety valve in the code, but it has a high standard for approval. It must be determined that there was no opportunity for the requestor to place that evidence into the record during the zoning hearing master process. And in this case, I did review that material that Ms. Doherty sought to submit and did see that it was of a nature where it could have been presented and put into the record prior to the close of the zoning hearing master proceeding. And I did explain that to Ms. Doherty during a phone call with her.
Thank you. I just want to point out to the commissioners that we had this process that is very frustrating for the citizens. It seems like it's something you can do, and it turns out it's something you can never do. So that's one of the things, I think, one of the components of this very complex zoning process that has been warped over time to interfere with citizen participation that I think deserves a look later on. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay, development services staff.
Joe, if you could introduce item H3B.
Thank you, Commissioners. This is rezoning 20-0343. It's the implementing zoning proposed for item H3A, which is the future land use map change. The zoning is contingent upon that change being made. It's a request to go from RSC2, which permits dwellings on single-family dwellings on half-acre lot minimums, and AR, which is 1 unit per 5-acre lot minimum agricultural residential zoning. The request is to commercial intensive with the restriction. The applicant is proposing a restriction to limit the zoning to the open storage of domestic vehicles, recreational vehicles, boats, and trailers. The staff reviewed this and found it to be inconsistent with the zoning pattern in the area and is recommending denial. Additionally, Planning Commission found it to be inconsistent with the plan, and the zoning hearing master also recommend denial An oral argument, as you know, has been filed in this case. We're available if you have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Applicant, you have 10 minutes.
Sorry, go ahead. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South in St. Petersburg, Florida. Be slide. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Here, share it. Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, the issues are the same. I'm just going to highlight a few because I walked you through a presentation already. Critically, what you've heard is that we purposely filed these together so we had a restriction on the future land use amendment for open storage of RVs, boats, and trailers. Now, open storage means it doesn't necessarily require a structure for them to be in. However, it does require fencing and screening. That may have been something some folks in the area are not familiar with. On top of that, as I pointed out to you, there's a significant, very high and virtually opaque screening that covers the entire area. But the use, again, is very quiet, no infrastructure, low trips. And as you can see, the area is very far distant from a lake. I would estimate that at 700 to 800 feet, maybe more, considering that the distance to the south of residential is almost 500 feet. So we don't see any impacts or implications into the lake, of which agriculture typically does have more impacts into water bodies of that nature. I think it is important to note that we do have support from abutting property owners who were down here earlier. They were also at the ZHM and spoke to the ZHM in regard to their support. The roadway is an arterial roadway. They are safe roadways. There's no history of accidents that we're aware of. But of course, this use is a very low trip rate. The only thing that's lower than outdoor storage is a cell tower. And again, I want to show you all along the property is a significant, thick, and substantial hedging. What you can see on the roadway is very thick and opaque on the north and the south, and even in between the homes on the south, which would be 500 feet away. So I won't belay the point. I think the use is very well presented. We believe with the restrictions and the zoning land use together, this is a use that is compatible. It's a use that people do need. It will not have strong impacts, and we appreciate your attention and consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have two persons of party of record to speak in opposition. The first one is Mr. Chalmers. There's a total of 10 minutes for this, for both of you. Mr. Chalmers will be first, and then Ms. Janet Doherty will follow. Mr. Chalmers.
Thank you. How'd you go back, Jim? That's fine, yeah. Yeah, I'm good, yeah. Okay, again, my name is Brian Chalmers, Vice President of the Homeowners Association for Lake Sassa Development, Fort King Estates. The inconsistent proposal is shown on my screen. You can see what a trailer park looks like when the years pass by, regardless of the references to Tom Brady's arm throw. You can see on the bottom right the lake and the true proximity to that lake. A very important point. When I spoke before, I mentioned about all the lakes, the beautiful lakes we have in this county, and to my knowledge, they're not going to be lined with industrial applications inside a perimeter road. What is the problem statement? The rezone request is to go industrial within the immediate location of the lake and inside a perimeter road. Very close by, a stone throw, you've got the US 301, which is littered with this type of industrial storage area. The picture that was on my slide before, and is actually on the top right of this slide, is taken on 301. It's about 4 miles from our neighborhood. The traffic issues are very bad. I was Very interested to hear the prior statement by Mr. Pressman about no history of accidents. I've witnessed several myself, and I've seen police cars there. So I would find that hard to believe. This will be a tremendous eyesore to the north of one of few established neighborhoods around the lake. It's hard to find quality living at the right kind of cost around the lake. I found that, and so did my 27 fellow homeowners. 26, I would believe, would support me, and one being a family member would not in this matter. In the initial hearing, it was stated great community support. That's now changed to landowner support. The community is not behind this in any way. Other neighborhood concerns, they came from a poll around our neighborhood, and we tried to summarize them. Impact to our property values of a unique lakeside community. The slippery slope of big toy storage, what it is today, and what it might come in the future. Environmental impact assessment of such a facility, water, oil, grease, fire protection, etc. There are 0 architectural plans and elevations, no idea about canopies, sheds, or anything like that at this time, and maintenance and upkeep as far as the rules, the visual and physical upkeep of a private area. Solutions for consistent to plans. I'm not an expert in this by a long way. Some of the solutions thrown out by our neighborhood is custom homes, agricultural retail, farm, livestock. To finish on the inconsistent proposal, it was inconsistent at the first session I attended. It was again denied at the second, and it remains in a denied situation. It's a very poor choice for lakeside rezoning proposal, given the current goals, culture, and environment of the lake area. There has to be much more suitable solutions available. I will reiterate, it's a terrible traffic area. I've heard comments about the fence line and trees. The majority of those trees on one side would have to come down for traffic to go in and out and have safe visibility. Severe detrimental visual impact to adjacent communities. Thank you for your time.
Ms. Doherty?
Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, I am here today. I have taken a vacation day, and I'm here as a concerned citizen who lives in Thonotosassa, and I'm not here as an official capacity with EPC. My name is Janet Doherty. My address is 12722 Flint Lake Drive, Thonotosassa. I'm here today because I was a party of record in opposition to this application for the property located at 11201 Knights Griffin Road. They're requesting a rezoning from agriculture rural to commercial intensive uses. I agree and concur with the Planning Commission and the ZHM for denial that this project is inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the county's comprehensive plan. When we talk about traffic, Fort King is a service level D. Knights Griffin is a service level C. Commercial uses are not compatible adjacent to neighborhoods. That's the policy 16.5, especially next to Lake Thonotosassa. It's also incompatible with the Thonotosassa community-based plan, which includes agriculture, protection of property owners' rights and values, and establishment of open space, green space, and low density and rural residential uses. And finally, the project proposes storage of RVs, boats, etc., without any containment. As someone who has expertise in the environmental storage facilities, they do frequently have environmental issues with waste oils and petroleum contamination. This would be disastrous next to Lake Thonotosassa, which already has degradation of low oxygen levels, nitrogen contamination, and frequent algal blooms. So I am an opponent to this project and would request denial. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, point of order, a oral argument was submitted for Mr. Slatton as a proponent.
Ms. Lundgren?
I do have Mr. Slatton and Norman Slatton as an applicant representative.
Yeah, we have Mr. Applicant, Mr. Pressman.
A little bit hard to understand, sir.
We have him as an applicant.
Oh, is Mr. Slatton the applicant?
What's his name again? Slanton, yes, Norman Slanton?
I can't remember.
Yes. Yes, I would just like to kind of let y'all know that we asked the neighborhood to come over to discuss the plan with them. They denied that. They didn't want to come talk about it. But with the infrastructure we put in around the outside of that, there's $75,000 worth of plants that we let mature before we ever did that. So I would just like that to go into some of the planning. They can't see it from their house. As a matter of fact, their community can't even see the lake from their house. They do have a little space on the lake. I've never seen anybody on the dock. But going back to the situation, we asked them to come over so we can explain. This is a covered facility where the outside perimeter will be covered. It's not open as in the picture that was shown on the screen earlier. And thank y'all for your consideration. Thank you for your time. We're trying to figure out something to do without building 144 houses out there and have 265 cars and keep it quiet. People use their motorhome 3 times a year. They use their boat 3 times a year. Those are national averages. I look for the quietest, most respectful thing to do for my neighbors, and they want to make me out to be some kind of criminal or something. I just got to do something with the land. We got to pay for it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Applicant, 5 minutes rebuttal.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, if this is denied, what's the use that goes there? Well, certainly residential would be use that could go there. And what's the difference between this use proposed and residential? Tremendously more trips on the road. All the homes who enjoy the open area in the rear will be gone. They'll have pools and second stories of windows peering down at them. 24-hour activity takes this one bad neighbor to ruin a neighborhood. Parties, noise, open areas in the back, virtually no buffering between the two. So as Mr. Slatton said, we looked at what we thought was a use that was compatible, left a tremendous buffer, providing tremendous screening for the use that no one sees operating, is quiet, makes no noise, makes no trips, and has virtually no infrastructure. That's a great neighbor. So taking a brush of this at the surface may seem to be a use that's not compatible, but when you think about this property and its adjacent residential, what would be best? We do firmly believe this would be a great neighbor. We appreciate your consideration, and we put that in stone to the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Planning Commission staff?
I'm sorry, before they do that, the last gentleman that spoke before, Todd Pressman, to identify himself.
I'm sorry, say that again, sir?
The gentleman that spoke before, Todd Pressman, I need him to identify himself.
Mr. Slanton?
James Slatton, 11201 Nice Griffin Road. I live on the property. Thank you.
Slanton. Planning Commission staff?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tony Garcia, Planning Commission staff. The applicant is requesting to rezone the 7+ acre portion of a 39-acre parcel located at the corner of Knights Griffin Road and Ford and King Highway from agricultural rural to commercial intensive restricted. The intent is to allow for the open storage of boats, RVs, automobiles, and trailers. The applicant has submitted a comprehensive plan amendment request that is running concurrent with this rezoning request. The companion comprehensive plan amendment HCCPA 2001 is to change the future land use map designation from residential 1 to light industrial. At the public hearing on June 18th, 2020, the Planning Commission found the proposed amendment to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Objective 4 of the future land use element states that the rural service area provide areas for long-term agricultural uses and large lot, low-density rural residential uses. Policy 4.2 directs that the preferred density in the rural service area is 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. The proposed rezoning does not meet the intent of Objective 4 in Policy 4.2, as introducing a CI-R zoning district in a primarily rural residential area would undermine the comprehensive plan's intended development pattern for the rural service area and the existing development pattern in the surrounding area. Objective 8 and Policy 8.1 outline the purpose and function of the range of uses provided in each land use category. Commercial intensive uses such as open storage are not currently permitted in the residential 1 future land use category. The applicant has submitted a comprehensive plan amendment to change the subject site's future land use classification to the light industrial. The Planning Commission has found the plan amendment request to be inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. According to Policy 8.2, all potential land uses must be evaluated for compliance with the goals and objectives of the comprehensive plan. Planning Commission staff recognizes the decision of the Planning Commission and finds the proposed rezoning to permit for open storage of boats, RVs, and trailers inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan for the rural area. Objective 9 and Policies 9.1 and 9.2 require development to be consistent with the comprehensive plan future land use categories. Policy 9.1 states that if a zoning district is inconsistent with the plan, the request shall not be approved. The proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan as determined by the recent decision of the Planning Commission, as we have already stated. Objective 16 and Policies 16.1, 2, 3, and 5 emphasize the protection of existing neighborhoods and compatibility with the surrounding area. The area is characterized by large lot, low-density single-family dwellings on all sides. Introducing this commercial intensive use would be challenging to appropriately mitigate for the surrounding residential land use pattern. Policy 16.10 requires that development be compatible with the surrounding area. It states that compatibility does not mean the same as. Rather, it refers to the sensitivity of development proposals in maintaining the character of existing development. As the dominant character of this area is rural residential, the proposed CI-R use would significantly increase the intensity of uses on site, facilitate urban encroachment, and would not be compatible with the existing scale, type, and intensity of land uses in the area. Although the site does meet locational criteria as per Objective 22 and Policy 22.2, it is limited to the 660 square foot portion of the parcel that fronts Fort King Highway and Knights Griffin Road. Policy 22.7 states that locational criteria is not the only factor to be considered for approval of a neighborhood commercial or office use in a proposed activity centers. Considerations involving land use compatibility, adequacy, and availability of public services, environmental impacts, adopted service levels of affected roadways, and other policies of the comprehensive plan and zoning regulations would carry more weight than the locational criteria in the approval of the potential neighborhood commercial use in an activity center. In this case, the proposed use's incompatibility with the surrounding area has been determined by Planning Commission staff for both the amendment and this rezoning. Objective 30 and Policy 30.6 direct the county to preserve agricultural and rural lands and that agricultural and agricultural support uses are preferred in the rural service area. The proposed use of open storage of RV, boats, trailers, and trucks is not an agricultural or agricultural support use and does not meet the intent of Objective 30 or Policy 30.6. The community design component in the future land use element also contains policy direction regarding the preservation of agricultural uses and rural residential development. Goal 7, Objective 7.1 and Policy 7-1.1 is what it refers to in the community design component. The proposed rezoning does not preserve the existing agricultural uses, natural areas, or open space in the subject site, which is in the rural area. A CI zoning would not meet the intent of preserving agricultural uses in the rural area, and therefore the proposal does not meet the intent of the rural area policies in the community design component, especially with regards to the preservation of rural residential character. The request is also not consistent with the Bonota-Sassa community plan, which has goals and strategies for the specific preservation of rural agricultural open space and low-density residential uses. Changing the subject site's current land use would undermine the direction of the Notasasa Community Plan and the existing development pattern of the surrounding community. Overall, the proposed rezoning would allow for development that is inconsistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County and is not compatible with the existing and planned development patterns found in the surrounding area. Based upon these considerations, the Planning Commission staff finds the proposed request inconsistent with the future of Hillsborough Comprehensive Plan for unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Zoning hearing master.
The zoning hearing master considered the applicant's request for rezoning to the CIR zoning district. The property is approximately 7.7 acres, of an overall 39-acre tract. The property is currently zoned AR and designated Residential 1 by the comprehensive plan. The purpose of the rezoning is to permit the open storage of domestic vehicles, recreational vehicles, boats, and trailers. As you've heard, the applicant has filed a companion future land use amendment to change the land use category for the property from Residential 1 to light industrial. The Planning Commission found on June 18th, 2020, that the request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. As you've heard, Planning Commission does not support the request, as they have found the land use amendment inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and determined that the storage of RVs, boats, and trailers is not an agricultural use and is therefore inconsistent with the policies of the rural service area and existing agricultural and residential development. The applicant's presentation included the reading of a letter in support from the property owner to the west of the subject property. Additionally, the adjacent property owner to the north testified in support. The property to the east and south of the 7-acre parcel is owned by the subject property owner, as it is an overall 39-acre tract. Testimony in opposition was received at the hearing primarily from residents of the community to the south, located along Lake Sassa Drive. This testimony focused on the incompatibility of the proposed commercial intensive use with the existing agricultural and residential development. Concerns were also raised regarding the environmental impacts of storing RVs and boats relative to the proximity of Lake Notasasa. Additionally, citizens testified regarding the unsafe nature of the curve located at Knights Griffin Road and Stacy Road. The zoning hearing master found that a review of the future land use map for the area shows a significant amount of residential and agricultural land use categories surrounding the property. The zoning hearing master found that there are no industrial land use categories in the area. The commercial land use is concentrated at the southwestern and southeastern quadrants of US 301 and County Road 579, a significant distance from the subject property. For these reasons, the zoning hearing master recommended denial of the requested rezoning.
Okay, we're now going to take up 3A, which is CPA 20-01. Commissioner Smith, you recognize, address, you want to talk on that one?
Yes. The comp plan amendment proposed is very inconsistent with our comprehensive plan, as well as the Notasasa community plan. It's way out of line with the neighborhood. It's incompatible to change 7 acres here from Res 1 in the rural area to light industrial. I found the citizen opposition compelling, and for all their reasons, I won't be supporting the rezoning, but I'll move denial of the comp plan amendment now.
Second.
So that we're taking up the land use map change, Commissioner Smith. Was your motion on land use map change?
Yes, I move denial of the comp plan amendment.
Okay. Motion by Commissioner Smith, second by Commissioner Kemp for denial Seeing no further discussion on 3A, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp,
Yes.
Merman? Commissioner Merman?
No.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
No.
Thank you. Commissioner Ilberman? Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 6-1. Commissioner Merman voted no.
Okay, we're now on H3B, which is our.
Second to that motion?
Commissioner Kemp.
Commissioner Kemp, what? What about Commissioner Kemp? I didn't understand what you're saying.
Clarification, sir, on who did the second to the motion. I heard two different names called.
Motion at all.
No, for the last order. She was confirming the last.
Pardon me?
She's confirming the last vote, the second on the last vote. It was Kemp.
It was Kemp what?
She seconded the last.
She wants to confirm who motion is.
Oh, the last one? I'm sorry. Couldn't hear. Commissioner Smith made the motion, Commissioner Kemp second. That was on 3A. We're now on 3B. What's your pleasure?
Move denial.
Motion by Commissioner Ullman. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Hagan. For denial on 3B, H3B. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll on H3B. There was a motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan.
Miller?
Yes.
Hagan? Kemp?
Yes, I didn't even hear, I think Commissioner Smith made the second.
Commissioner Kemp on H3B had a motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan for denial.
Okay, yes.
Merman?
Yes.
Overman?
Yes.
Smith?
Yes.
White?
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay. Mr. Beretta.
We'll pick it up at 1:30 with the public hearings.
Okay, we have public hearings for sections E and section H4A at 1:30, so we stand in recess until 1:30 p.m.
Thank you.
Flu vaccines are important now more than ever for your family and your community. Hillsborough County leaders, along with local health and safety experts, are urging residents to get their flu vaccines. A flu vaccine this season can help reduce the burden on healthcare systems that are responding to the COVID-19 pandemic and save medical resources for care of COVID-19 patients. Reducing illness and hospitalization from the flu helps keep everyone safer. To prevent the flu and help stop the spread of COVID-19, here are a few tips you should know. Get your flu shot. Practice proper hand washing by using soap and water and wash for at least 20 seconds. Use alcohol-based hand sanitizer if you cannot wash. Avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cough and sneeze into a tissue and then throw it away. Clean high-touch surfaces frequently. Some examples include doorknobs, credit and debit cards, cell phones, keyboards and mouse devices, and toilet handles. Wear a face covering when around others or if social distancing isn't possible. Stay home if you're feeling sick. If you have any flu-like symptoms, avoid contact with the public. Avoid sharing personal items and spaces with those close to you, and seek medical care early if you're feeling sick. You can help save lives by reducing the spread of viruses. We encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for up-to-date information.
Hi, I'm Hillsborough County Commissioner Les Miller. We're going through an unprecedented crisis as we navigate the COVID-19 pandemic. I understand your challenges, and I sympathize with the difficulties many of you are facing during this time. Hurricane season started on June 1st. It is important that you plan, prepare, and stay safe. This year, experts are predicting 40% more storm activity than a typical hurricane season. When a storm is identified, it's important to stay tuned to your radio or television and listen to local authorities. Stock your home and vehicle with emergency supplies and make plans in advance to protect people with special needs and pets. If evacuation orders are called, heed the warnings and follow special instructions related to sheltering during COVID-19 pandemic. I encourage you to visit hcflgov.net/staysafe for information on disaster planning, evacuation zones, shelters, and more. Make sure you and your family plan, prepare, and stay safe. I'd like to call the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners Land Use meeting back to order. Will the clerk please call the roll to establish a quorum?
Miller,
Here.
Hagan,
Here.
Kemp,
Here.
Merman,
Here.
Overman,
Here.
Smith,
Here.
White.
Here.
All right, you have quorum.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. We do have one clerical item for this afternoon regarding item E4 on the agenda. Staff is requesting a continuance of this to the December board meeting starting at 9 a.m. That's personal appearance 20-1025. And the December board meeting is December 8th.
Could we, sir? Mr. Chair, if we could have a motion to continue that to December 8th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Please.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner White,
Second.
second
Do
by
we need to
Commissioner
roll call?
Overman to continue E4 to December 8th meeting.
Yes, sir.
See no discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Moretta.
Thank you, Commissioners. That brings us to item E1. This is personal appearance 20-0755 located at the 155 feet north of the intersection of Dove Field and Williams Road. Commissioners, this is a request to just lay out the design of the site plan. There's no increase in entitlements. They're asking to go from 10 building envelopes to 12 building envelopes. It will only change the distribution. It won't change the entitlements. And they're also asking to clarify the location of the community gathering space. Staff reviewed this and found it to be recommending approval with conditions.
Good there. Present.
Good evening or good afternoon, Isabel Albert with Hoff, 1000 North Ashford Drive, assisting with this personal appearance, and I have my team here if you have any questions. So as Mr. Moretta stated, sorry, I'm having trouble playing this. Thank you. So what we have before you today is we're adding 2 buildings to the site plan. There's no increase in number of units, but there was a different developer that came in with a different prototype for the buildings, and therefore this is why we have 2 additional buildings. That's shown there. And as part of this application, we had to relocate the community space. And after that, once the application was filed, we heard from the neighbors where they had some concerns. One of the concerns was the removal of a turn lane, which we have since then decided to keep that in place. So we keep that condition as is. But there was also with some screening requirements. They had some questions about how the screening was going to be, where it was going to be. And so therefore, with negotiations with the neighbors, we came up with a revised condition that adds on to what staff had put in, but we added a bit more detail in there to make sure that the neighbors that wanted those requirements in there would be clear as to what we were going to propose. Like I say, there's some neighbors here that would probably like to speak, and I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you. This is a public hearing. Do we have anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Proponent. Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? Is there anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
Yes, we do. I'm sorry, we have proponents. You
Good afternoon. My name is Joseph Smith. I'm the neighbor on the Williams, May side of the proposed development. And I have been speaking with Isabel, and I appreciate the cooperation that we've been shown so far. The remaining concerns of mine are twofold. One is, and this has been addressed to some degree, but the existing landscaping in the buffer zone. I would like, as well as numerous other residents that are already there, to see as much of the mature landscaping trees specifically, retained as possible. I understand there's certain difficulties with that, given that the property needs to be elevated and graded to make sure that water runs off properly. But any consideration that can be given to maintaining existing landscaping that currently offers a decent buffer, as opposed to something going in the ground that will 20 years from now offer a buffer, would be greatly appreciated. My second concern is that on some of the drawings that I've seen through optics, it looks like these back two proposed buildings overlap the previously determined building setback line. Now, I've seen a lot of drawings, and some of them it doesn't look like they do, and some of them it does. So again, my concern is just, is that setback line being further encroached upon? I know 2 years ago, we were in a very similar meeting to this one, where a variance was approved to shorten the distance between property lines and the building that started on the new development due to certain considerations, like the orientation of the buildings, the type B screening, and all those types of things. My concern now is that those buildings are moving closer in, if the one drawing I saw is the one that's going to be kept, and that there's then going to be a variance on top of the variance with no additional considerations left. That's it from me. Any questions?
No, sir. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak as an opponent?
Yes, sir. They're on their way up.
My paperwork. No one wants the copies of the paperwork. I don't know how much time I have. Okay, hi, I'm Kathy Pendergrass. Welcome to the new members of the board. I live at 1906 Duffield Place, and I've been meeting with you for quite some time now, and it has been quite chaotic and heartbreaking to see some of the things that have happened. But I have to tell you, our experience with Meritage Homes and Isabel and Garth and Tyler has been very pleasant, and I appreciate everything they've done to be accommodating and available to us. We met, Meritage Homes and Level Up met with the residents of 1904 and 1906 Duffield Place on Friday, November 6th. We discussed a PVC could possibly obstruct our view, and Meritage Homes assured us that the only PVC fence to be installed is indicated in orange on the diagram that I can't show you, but it's on the north and the south side of the buildings and not around the lake behind our house. So we also discussed that if and only if a fence on the south side needs to be extended, that there was another area between 1902, 4, 6, and 8 where they would put something that is see-through and not opaque. So we talked about what their definition is of a need for that fence, and they mentioned trespassing in their community or trash on their property. So I sent them several photos of the property behind our homes, the 4 homes, and to show them how pristine it has been for over the past, well, nearly 3 decades. Also, the residents in 1902, 4, 6, and 8 have security systems. 2 of us have very high-end security systems with night vision and color. And all of our homes have gates on the sides of the house, so if anyone was going to try and trespass from the Duffield side, they would have to jump our fences and get through. We've never, in the 25 years I've lived there, have ever had any problems with people cutting through our yards to get to the lake. I'm gonna skip that. Oh, and we did say that we're all willing to help them. If they do find that there are trespassers, my security system records 24/7. It doesn't reloop for 30 days. So if there's any issues, if it means not putting a fence behind my house, we will help them find the culprits doing that. What you cannot see are these beautiful coyotes that live on the north side of the lake. And I have some great photographs. They come right up to me. I'm cautious, but they do come up to us. And if, heaven forbid, they get into that community and they hurt a child or a pet, it would be very disturbing. So if they find that they're having problems with the wildlife, my consideration would be that they put maybe a 4-foot chain link fence between the EPC wetlands, which we call the lake, and their social gathering area, just for safety's sake from the wildlife.
I have pictures of the coyotes. I also have pictures of the backyard. Now, what I do oppose is the pond they're going to put. It's a boomerang shaped pond. If you have any of the drawings behind 1902, 4, 6, and 8, and how close it's going to be to our house, that's one thing. But when I look at the ponds and the Ryan's homes across the street and the ponds up on Williams Road and near MLK, and you can't see the drawing, but it's just, they're atrocious and they're not maintained. And I don't want to see that happen. You know, we're going to have our view, we're fighting to keep our view, but then I don't want this to be our view either. And Joe has already talked about his. And I would like, and I don't know how possible it is because of civil engineers and laws and guidelines, I would like Meritage to revisit the size of their retention pond that's behind our home to see if it's necessary to be that large, plus the one that's over by the social gathering area for just 4 acres. So I don't know. I'm not the expert at that. And do you have any questions for me?
No, ma'am. Thank you very much. Is there anyone else wishing to speak as a opponent? Opponent? Applicant, you have 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Thank you, Isabel Albert, North Ashby Drive, Half Associates. She's correct. We did meet with the neighbors and discuss with the neighbors for the last week. And in response to Joe, he was correct that when we spoke, we explained that we would do as best as we can to maintain what's existing there, obviously, but if it from grading and from site development, that some of them will have to come out. So we informed that to him. But we will definitely try to keep as much as we can of the old growth. And for Mrs. Pendergrass, where she questioned about the pond was always going to be there. From the original rezoning, that's the natural location where the pond's going to be, but the final design of the pond is not established at this time. Like she says, it's just depending on engineering, but the pond is going to be in that location, but the final design is unknown. I think that's all I have. Hold on one moment. Thank you. And there was talk originally by Joe where he said that we would change our setbacks, which we are not. We're maintaining exactly the same setbacks. The number of buildings has changed. Like I explained earlier, the previous developer had a different prototype, and therefore with this developer, we have the increase of 2 buildings, but the amount of units remains the same. I'm here if you have any questions.
I see no questions, ma'am. Thank you very much. Members, what's your pleasure?
Move approval. Commissioner Merman, move approval.
Merman, is there a second? See no further discussion. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes?
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta?
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, I did not hear who the second was on that motion. Can you please restate it for me?
The motion was made by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Moretta?
So item E2, personal appearance 20-0858, located at 105 feet east of the intersection of Floyd Road, Dale Mabry, basically the northeast corner of Dale Mabry and Floyd Road. Commissioners, this is a request to modify the site plan for an existing plan development. There's no change in entitlements in the uses. However, the site is being designed to accommodate a drive-through bank. There's been several iterations in changing the conditions as well. So what we would propose is that Michelle Heinrich of our staff is going to walk through what the changes are on the site plan, and then Brian Grady will also introduce, following Michelle, what the proposed conditions are. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Hi, this is Michelle Heinrich with Development Services. Hopefully you're able to hear me okay.
Yes, we can.
Great. What I have showing on my screen, I'm sharing my screen from the staff report, is a visual of the before and after that's proposed. On the left, you will see the existing PD, and then on the, or I'm sorry, yes, the existing PD, and on the right, you will see the proposed changes. Primarily, there's 3 changes that are proposed. First, you'll notice there's 2 buildings on the original site plan, one in a north-south configuration, the other in an east-west. Under the new plan, you will just have a north-south configuration oriented towards Dale Mabry. Secondly, as noted by Mr. Moretta, there is a proposed drive-through for a bank that is shown on the site plan on the northernmost portion of the project. And this is 2 buildings that is proposed, if I didn't mention that before. I know in the original we have 2, in this one, even though both of them will have the same orientation, there is some separation and it's 2 separate buildings. And then lastly, the access point on Floyd Road that is moving slightly eastward on Floyd Road with no change in the access that's currently approved on Dale Mabry. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hillsborough County Development Services. The applicant has been in discussions and meetings with adjacent property owners, and I believe the representative is here to speak to some revisions that they've been in discussions with the applicant about. To briefly go through the changes, and this has been sent to you. In condition 2, they've modified buffering screen to provide additional tree plantings along the eastern boundary. This is a older PD that only required at that time a masonry wall with no other landscaping or buffering required. So the applicant has agreed in discussions with the property owners to provide supplemental tree plantings. The type and design will be up to determination by the applicant's arborist, because again, there is a limited area for tree plantings, and they also want to ensure that existing trees and the existing wall are not negatively impacted by those plantings. The other changes they propose is limiting certain types of truck deliveries to prohibited between 5 p.m. and 9 a.m. And they also agreed to operating hours for restaurants, basically 7 days a week, 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. And then they also, for that open area, they've proposed some additional screening on the east end of that to provide for some potential additional noise buffer. And that screening would including at a minimum vinyl fence and additional plantings, the discretion of the developer. The staff has no objections. Those revised conditions are available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Applicant.
Good evening, Commissioner, or good afternoon, Commissioners. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. I don't have much to add other than what Joe and Brian have said. You know, when we sent out public notice on this application, we got some concerns from some neighbors and some input from them. And as you all know, the story typically goes one of 2 ways, either on the one hand with more lawyers and people in matching t-shirts and long meetings, and the other way it's a compromise. And I'm pleased to say that we were able to have the latter situation in this case. We agree with all the development conditions that were proposed, that Brian just mentioned, that were done in compromise and consultation with the neighbors. Todd Pressman, he is here to speak on their behalf, so you don't need to just take my word for it, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, I have no questions. Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Todd Pressman, 200 2nd Avenue South in St. Petersburg, Florida, number 451. I have been asked to represent and work with the neighbors at this particular site, which I was happy to. We did have a lot of discussions and more than a couple meetings. The developer has come around and really worked in good faith with the residents, and we did craft the conditions as indicated. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone else wishing to speak as a proponent? Then as an opponent. Get it right in a minute. Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent? You waive your rebuttal time. Very good. What's your pleasure?
I have a question.
Motion by Commissioner Ullman, seconded by Commissioner Hagan. Commissioner Ullman, you recognize.
Thank you. And I did mean to ask the applicant a question prior to him returning, but I noticed in the illustration that, and as well as the photos, there was significant mature tree cover on the what looks like the south end of the lot. And in the process of reconfiguring the parking, it might be that some of that tree cover was at risk of being lost. Everywhere we can keep it, I want to keep it. So if the applicant could address that question, I'll support the changes, but I wanted to get some resolution on the commitment to keeping that tree cover as intact as possible.
Mr. Hudson, you recognize.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Overman. Just to be clear, none of the trees that that are on site are grand. The tension between the natural resources and the requirements of the parking code sometimes come into conflict, like in this situation. So the developer, through the permitting process in connection with preparing their landscape plan, is going to do everything they can. Ricky Pederica is the project arborist. But at this point, the site plan that we have presented is the one that we are seeking approval for, but we understand the contribution that this canopy makes. And certainly, and particularly along the eastern boundary, I would note that we're actually adding site plan conditions to ensure the preservation of that eastern canopy, and we're going to do the absolute best we can throughout. But I know there was maybe some confusion about whether there were any grand trees on site or not. And they are not, and I believe that Brian Grady can attest that Natural Resources concurs with that.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan, to approve item E2. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. E3, Mr. Moretta.
E3 is a personal appearance 20-1020, sorry. It's a modification to a plan development to revise the site plan. Commissioners, pretty much the thrust of this amendment organizes the buildings to provide the screening. It complies the site with the current land development code requirements for design of the storage of RV boats, or the open storage, I should say. And the applicant is proposing to revise the plan to comply with the current code. Many of the changes they're making do away with the need for the additional screening and other elements that were proposed in the site plan previously. When staff reviewed it, we felt like we could support it since it is meeting the code requirements more closely in this iteration. We are recommending approval with conditions.
Applicant.
My name is Patricia Ortiz. My address is 2810 North Central Avenue, Tampa, 33602, and I have been sworn in. This project is located in the urban service area and in the SMU 6 land use category. It's located at the northeast corner of the intersection of Pine Street and US Highway 92. This is a signalized intersection. Most of the nearby parcels are developed in a commercial manner. Last year, PD approval was granted, allowing 500 self-storage units and 120 slips for the outdoor storage of boats and RVs.
Variance was granted to address off-site view of this accessory open storage, and several conditions of approval were applied to mitigate for this open storage use. The proposal before you today seeks to configure the site in a fortress style, which will shield the accessory open storage area from off-site view. The configuration proposed today is better than what was approved, considering it is consistent with the code as it speaks to accessory open storage. It also negates the need for variation and eliminates a number of conditions of approval. As proposed, we're going to utilize 5 buildings and locate those along the perimeter of the property and place the accessory open storage of RVs and boats internal to the site. We're proposing 425 self-storage units and 96 RVs and boat slips. The reconfiguration will require some minor adjustments, specifically building setback, relocation of the stormwater pond, and relocation of customer parking. We are proposing an adjustment to the driveway location on Pine Street, which will provide more alignment with the driveway across the street, which serves Armwood High School. There is one small issue. Condition of approval number 4 incorrectly states an impervious surface ratio of 49.9%. That condition was the result of a scrivener's error on the site plan, which incorrectly totaled the impervious surface types. The original PD approved an impervious surface ratio of 70%. The correct impervious surface ratio that we're seeking today is 65%. And with that, I'll answer any questions you might have.
Okay, I see no questions, ma'am. Thank you very much. Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
No one in.
Okay. You said someone was speaking as an opponent? No. No? Okay, okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, applicant waives her time for rebuttal. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Overman. Second by Commissioner. Someone say something? Okay. Motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan to approve item E3. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes?
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Beretta?
That brings us to E5, personal appearance 20-1099. This takes us to the Rollerson Road 301, east side of Rollerson Road. Commissioners, this is a proposal to increase the building square footage related to a charter school development option. It allows the middle school and high school with a total of 1,900 students. There's no request to increase the student count. However, they're asking to increase the buildings that will serve those students by 5,300 square feet. Because of that, we had no other impacts that we really had to deal with in terms of stacking or the queuing for the school. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you, Mr. Beretta. Applicant?
Good afternoon, Brian Smith, 307 11th Avenue East, Palmetto, Florida, 34221. We appreciate staff's recommendation. We're just here to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, thank you, sir. We have no questions. Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
No, sir.
Okay. Applicant waives the time for rebuttal. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Overman,
Second.
second by Commissioner Kemp. Is that me, Commissioner Kemp?
Yes.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan? Yes. Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta.
Mr. Moretta, you are muted.
Sorry. That brings us to E6, personal appearance 20-1105. This is located northwest of the intersection of South 78th Street, Camdenfield Parkway. Commissioners, this is a very straightforward request to a plan development to amend the conditions to allow a townhome product, or excuse me, to allow a single home product detached in addition to a townhome product. No additional entitlements are proposed. It allows 36 dwelling units at this point. Staff is recommending approval with conditions.
Thank you. Applicant?
Good afternoon, William Malloy, 325 South Boulevard, Tampa, Florida. As Mr. Moretta said, there's really just one issue in front of you, and that is to add a detached product in addition to the townhomes that are already approved here. I am happy to answer any questions about that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Is anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
Nobody in the room, sir.
Thank you very much. Applicant waives his rebuttal time. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Overman,
Second.
second by Commissioner White. Approve item E6. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan? Yes. Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta?
Item E7, personal appearance 20-1107, generally located east of the intersection of Magnolia Lane, Williams Road. Commissioners, this is a plan development, a minor modification of plan development to allow in parcel B the development of 4 detached homes on a single lot, essentially develop them in a townhome or multifamily configuration. Right now, the conditions require them to be developed as single-family lots. Staff is recommending approval of this with adjusted development standards to acknowledge the different type of product. Staff is recommending approval.
Sir. Applicant?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Matt Newton on behalf of the applicant. 11 East Kennedy Boulevard, Suite 2800 here in Tampa with the law firm of Shoemaker, Lipton Kendrick. This request does not increase the density, just essentially requesting to allow 4 single-family homes to be built on one parcel as opposed to 4 separate parcels. All of that flexibility. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Excuse me. Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
No one in the room, sir.
Thank you very much. Applicant waives his time for rebuttal. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Overman,
Second.
second by Commissioner Hagan to approve item E7. Motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan to approve item E7. See no further discussion. Please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. Mr. Moretta?
Item E8, personal appearance 20-1195. It's a modification to a plan development located northeast of the intersection of West Brandon Boulevard, State Road 60, and Lakewood Drive. Commissioners, it's a 13.42 acre parcel. It's a large plan development, but this deals specifically with an out parcel. The out parcel is proposing a deck area. That outdoor deck area will encroach into the 10-foot buffer that's required in the State Road 60 overlay standards. They're proposing to reduce that by 5 feet to allow a 5-foot encroachment. Staff reviewed this and we feel it's consistent with the overlay plan that encourages those types of decks. We are recommending approval with conditions.
Applicant?
Hi, this is Alex Shaler, 655 North Franklin Street, Suite 150, Tampa, Florida, 33606. I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant for this project. As stated, we are reducing a landscape buffer from 10 feet to 5 feet along the out parcel building frontage of State Road 60. As stated, this is consistent with the design intent for the overlay district as this is moving it closer to the road. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them and I'm available. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
No one in the room, sir.
Thank you very much. Applicant waives the time for rebuttal. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Overman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner White. Approve item E8. Motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner White to approve item E8. See no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Moretta.
E9 is personal appearance 20-1210. This is located on the northwest corner of Floyd Road, Dale Mabry. Commissioners, this plan development has 2 access points on Floyd Road. The applicant is proposing to eliminate the easterlymost access point and maintain the one that is located to the west of that. The access point that's located to the west, our transportation operations staff found that that would be a preferable access point as it allows for proper enhanced turn lane spacing that's necessary. And they are supporting the geometry of eliminating that access point that's proposed that's closer to Dale Mabry. We are recommending approval with conditions. Thank you.
Thank you. Applicant?
Hello again, Commissioners. Tyler Hudson, 400 North Ashley Drive. Hopefully saved the simplest for last here. We do not want this secondary access point for our development. It does not make a ton of sense why it's there. Staff supports it. My client has talked to multiple HOAs and neighbors in the proximity. They support it. No opposition. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
No one in the room, sir.
Thank you very much. Applicant waives his time for rebuttal. What's your pleasure?
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan to approve item E9. Motion by Commissioner Overman, second by Commissioner Hagan to approve item E9. See no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Moretta.
Mr. Moretta, you're on mute.
Right when I was on a roll. This brings us to item H4A, and H4B on the agenda, the last 2 items of the agenda. These are related items. 4A will deal with personal appearance to a modification of Fish Hawk Ranch, and also 4B will also deal with a modification to the adjacent plan development. Mr. Israel Monsanto is going to walk you through the changes in the site plan on how both those sites relate to each other, and also we need to clarify the community plan designation on 4A and 4B on the agenda, and I'll ask Israel to go ahead and do that. We are recommending approval of both these projects with conditions.
Commissioners, this is Israel Monsanto, Development Services. I will share my screen. Commissioner, what you have on the screen is on the left is the Fish Hawk plan development. To the left, this is the currently approved PD. The subject site is approved today for the elementary school, as stated by Mr. Moreta. The proposed change is to allow that to do a single-family residential uses and for a maximum of 23 detached residential homes. Also, as part of this application, the applicant wishes to change the north connectivity from full connection to a pedestrian-only connectivity, and also to provide a full access to the east, connecting to the PD to the east. And the PD to the east is the next item, which is 20-1019. Is this the subject site for 20-1019? And on the lower left, southwest of this PD, you have the school site approved on the adjacent PD, which is now part of the application for 20-1013, which is now asking for the residential homes. This is the proposed PD plan for 20-1019. The main change here, commissioners, is that this connection here was a secondary connection to the school site, which is now being again changed to a residential. And now this will be a full access, providing the primary access to the homes to the west. And this access also has been slightly shifted to the south. And I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Owen, you have a question? Okay, all right. Thank you. Applicant?
Albert with HAP Associates. I'm here representing the applicant, and I'm here with Michael Yates for transportation. So Mr. Monsanto explained it correctly what the application was for. Sorry about that. So basically what it is I'm sure you're familiar with this site. We just obtained approval for a comp plan amendment to allow some residential on this site. And during that time, you know, we talked about the open space and the access to be solely from the property to the east. And so this is duplicating what this is for. Basically, sorry about that. And because of that, we have to have a plan, comprehensive, a personal appearance to the property to the east, to that plan development to the east, to allow, which was previously only a cross access, now to full access. And during the application process, the condition was provided for the pedestrian cross access to the north. And then in discussion with the president and the land use attorney and Pollock for the Fish Hawk Association, we came up with a condition that we all agreed on, as well as with that county staff reviewed that, and they had no objections to this revised condition. And I believe that Ms. Pollock is here to speak if you have any questions, and support. I recommend looking for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Pardon me?
Ash, for the record.
I'm sorry. Ma'am, you need to come back and identify yourself.
Isabel Albert with HAF Associates.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wish?
Good afternoon, board. This is Ann Pollock, representing the Fish Hawk Trails Homeowners Association to the north. We would support this request with the change to that condition 31 that Isabel referenced. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else wishing to speak as a proponent? Anyone wishing to speak as an opponent?
No one in the room, sir.
Thank you. Applicant, waste your time for rebuttal. Commissioner White, you recognize.
I just want to move approval.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman to approve items H1A and H1B. Motion by Commissioner White, I'm sorry, H4A, H4B. It's getting close to my time, I'm losing it, okay? Okay, let's repeat that. We have a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman to approve items H4A and H4B. Seeing no further discussion, please call the roll.
Miller,
Yes.
Hagan,
Yes.
Kemp,
Yes.
Merman,
Yes.
Overman,
Yes.
Smith,
Yes.
White.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Morales, any further business to come before us?
That concludes our agenda, sir.
Staff, let me thank you for all the years you've helped me out here, these 10 years. I appreciate it. It's my last one with you. I know you're going to do a great job making this county go forward, and with the growth that we have coming, we're going to have well-planned growth, That's what we have to have, okay? So with that, no further business coming before us. We're adjourned.
Thank you.